I met my girlfriend, let's call her Diana, when I was living in a bustling city. She worked at the same office as I did. We had known each other for like a year or two when we started dating. She would tell me stories about her hometown and the paranormal activities that occurred there. She was one of those people who are deeply interested in the paranormal. I did not believe her stories because I didn't believe in paranormal stuff. She would always look so full of life whenever she talked about paranormal activities or stories she had heard from other people. After a few months since we started dating, she got a job at her hometown and moved there. I wanted to go there with her, but there were no job openings there, not for the first few months, at least. I applied for a few jobs in her town and finally was able to land one. I could not wait to see her again because I hadn't seen her for months. I remember how Diana and her family welcomed me with open arms when I first entered the town. They fed me delicious food at her home, and I formed bonds with her family. In addition to her parents, she had a little sister who was the world to her. Her sister was called Lily. She was a shy, quiet little girl who barely spoke to anyone. Diana had told me how often Lily got sick and how no doctors knew what was wrong with her. Diana would tell me how she and her family thinks that something else was causing Lily to get sick so often. On that day, when her family welcomed me, her dad Daniel took me into his room. I wondered what he was trying to do. "Son, I heard that you're gonna live in this town," Daniel said, his gaze fixed on me. I nodded in response to his question. "Then there are rules that you must follow." Daniel cleared his throat. "Do not fish at the pier past 12 a.m. in the night. Do not go into the woods past 9 p.m. And finally, do not go anywhere near the beach to the south at sunset. This final rule is one you must never break under any circumstances." I nodded, even though I did not believe him. I believe that everything must have a scientific explanation, and paranormal stuff is made up by people as a way to pass time or for entertainment. After that, I went back to dine with the rest of the family. The rest of the day went normal. Obviously, I couldn't stay at Diana's house, so I ended up renting a place close by to her place. We would go on dates occasionally as I got used to her town. Even though I did not believe what her father Daniel had said, I avoided breaking the rules he mentioned out of respect for him. One day, when we were on a date at a local cafe, I brought up what her dad talked about with me. His list of rules. "Yeah," she said. "As long as you are not there at the time as my dad mentioned, you're safe." I have to admit, the creepiness of those rules were getting to me. At first, I had thought that this was all a ploy by her dad to get me to break up with her, but seeing as how she herself validated his rules, I was not so sure anymore. As I grew more accustomed to the town, I would go to this beautiful beach to relax. I would use this swing in the woods that led to the beach. I could get a good view of the beach from there. There was always this one kind old lady, let's call her Matilda, who would talk to me whenever she saw me there. She would come there almost every evening to get wood to burn. I enjoyed those days. I enjoyed our conversations. She would tell me stories of the past, about the time when she was young, and at every day when sunset draws near, she would hurry home after telling me that I should not stick around longer, even though I would have done so without her telling me. And one day, when I was chilling on a bench at the beach at evening, I fell asleep because I had not slept well the previous night. I had a strange nightmare of an old man strangling me when I was on the bench and woke up. No one was there. It was quiet, with the sound of waves splashing. It was dark, with the clouds in the sky shaded with red. I looked at the time. It was already sunset. All of a sudden, I felt a chill run down my spine, like I was not alone. I quickly got back into the woods to go back home. As I was walking in the woods, I saw the old lady, the same one who had always talked to me, in the distance. She was standing completely still, with her back turned. I did not notice it until I got close enough to her. She had no feet, and she was hovering above the ground. She turned around to look at me. Her eye sockets were empty, and she was grinning from ear to ear. It was not humanly possible. The minute that happened, I heard sounds of women laughing from all directions. They sounded hysterical. I covered my ears and turned my eyes away from her, and then, when I looked at where she was before, she was gone. I ran as fast as possible. The laughing voices were still there, echoing from all directions. Their volume did not change no matter how far I went. I covered my ears and made my way towards home. The people on the street shot me weird glances, as though they were staring at someone who went insane. As soon as I entered my house, the laughing voices stopped. It was as quiet as it had always been. I went into my room and plucked the courage to look through the window. Nothing was out of the ordinary. I looked at the sunset sky and wondered if this was going to continue. At that point, Daniel's warnings replayed in my head. Don't go anywhere near the South Beach at sunset. I wondered if this was the beach that he had talked about with me before. I was worried about what might come next. I stopped going to that beach, but the feeling was always there. I felt like something was watching me, no matter where I went. Sometimes I would feel someone touching my shoulder or pull my clothes lightly, and no one would be there when I would turn around to look. I did not tell Diana, nor anyone, about this. I believed that it was my burden, and my burden alone. I did not see the old woman either, for days. Ever since this happened, I used my free time to walk around town. I did not pay attention at the time, but I would never see the old woman when I walked around town. Many days passed this way without further incident. One day, as I was going back home from work, I noticed the old lady standing there in the woods. She gestured me to come closer, but I was too afraid to go to her. She kept gesturing over and over, but I paid no heed to her. As I passed by her, I gave her a glance. She looked normal, like she usually does. I still could not get over how creepy she looked at sunset on the last day I saw her. Seeing how she looked normal, I told myself that whatever I saw and heard the other day must have been my imagination. As soon as I went up to her, she smiled. "Hey, Sonny," she said. "It's been a while since we last saw each other. How have you been doing?" "I've been fine, I guess," I answered. "Sonny, I have a present for you. Can you come with me?" the old lady eagerly asked. Sure, I guess, I answered with a moment of hesitation. After gesturing me to follow her, she took me to her house in the town. It looked beautiful, as though it was built yesterday. It was filled with lights. Upon entering her house, I noticed that it was completely empty. "Do you live here alone?" I asked, my tone curious. "Yes, I have a few children, but they are all out of town," she answered. She led me into the living room and gestured me to wait. The house was well lit, with a lot of colorful small lights. It looked as though the house was prepared for a party. Not too long after, she brought me a slice of chocolate cake. "Take a bite, Sonny," she said eagerly. Without wasting any time, I took a bite from the chocolate cake. But the minute I did that, it tasted like mud, and I instantly spat it out. The old lady was still there, observing me eagerly. She started laughing. "Sonny, take another bite," she said. "It tastes terrible," I said to her. She looked disappointed, and then she took the cake slice and went out of the living room. I was puzzled as to why the cake tasted like mud when it was clearly a chocolate cake. I still had the bad taste of it in my mouth. It was enough to make me feel extremely nauseous. I could not stay there any longer, so I went out of the house and rushed towards mine. I was getting weird looks from people on the street again, like I was an insane person. I could not stop to think about it at the time because I was too nauseous. As soon as I got back home, I vomited in my bathroom on the toilet. I did not look at it and flushed the toilet. My whole body felt weak, as though I had a bad fever. I laid down on my bed to rest and fell asleep briefly. I woke up from the phone ringing. It was Diana calling me. I picked up. "Babe, are you okay?" Diana sounded worried. "Yeah, I'm okay. Just feeling a bit nauseous, that's all. I'm feeling better now," I said, without thinking. "That's good," she said, as though she did not believe me. I sensed that there was something odd. She was unusually silent and did not say anything for a while. "Babe, please, tell me the truth," she said with a serious tone. "What were you doing at the graveyard?" A chill went down my spine. I was genuinely puzzled at her words. I did not go to any graveyard. "What? I didn't go to the graveyard since I came to this town," I said, genuinely confused. "Babe, a lot of people saw you at the graveyard eating dirt," she told me. "You left before anyone could intervene." Hearing this chilled me to my core. Was I losing my mind? Was I actually eating dirt in the graveyard? Or did people mistake me for someone else? Recalling what happened in the past, I came to the conclusion that what my girlfriend was telling was the truth. We talked a bit more, and she genuinely sounded worried. After that, she hung up the phone. On the next day, as I finished work, Daniel called me and asked me to come as soon as possible. So I went there, I knocked on the front door, and Diana opened it. She looked worried. She gestured me to come in, so I went in. She led me into the living room and had me sit down on the couch. She sat right next to me and held my hand tight. A few minutes later, Daniel entered the living room and sat down next to Diana. "So, son," he started, "I hear that you did some questionable things in the graveyard." There was silence in the air. I hesitated to talk. "Well," Daniel broke the silence. "Because this happened, you must have stayed on the South Beach at sunset." He was right. I nodded. His expression changed to a slightly angry one. "Son," he said, "I told you clearly, do not stay at the South Beach at sunset." I explained to him what had happened to me there in full detail, as well as everything that happened between me and the old lady. "I see. You've been seeing this old lady almost every evening?" Daniel asked. "Yes," I answered. "What did she say her name was?" Daniel asked. "Matilda," I answered. Daniel's eyes widened. I looked at Diana. She had the same reaction. There was silence for a few moments. "Son," Daniel replied, "Matilda died years ago. She is my mother, and she's Diana's grandmother." It shocked me to my core. I could not believe it. This meant that the old lady I was talking to all along was Diana's grandmother? Questions popped up in my head one after the other. Why did the old lady lie about her children being far away if she was a ghost? Was she evil or something? "So that's the shape it took, huh?" Daniel said, as though he was talking to himself. "What do you mean?" I asked him. "That nasty thing. It's not real. She is not real. That is only one shape among many others that nasty thing takes," Daniel said. "Even my daughter Lily." Daniel suddenly stopped. "It's okay, Dad," Diana reassured him, holding his hand. "My daughter Lily," Daniel continued. "That thing is tormenting her, too. We only realized it recently." I was shocked. So the thing that has been causing Lily to get sick all the time was that thing? Almost right at that time, Lily came and entered the room. She looked at me and smiled. "Mr. Humpty likes you, Big Brother," Lily said to me. "Mr. Humpty wants Big Brother to hang out with him. Come." Before I could answer, Lily was pushed away by an unseen force, and she started struggling against something on the ground. It was as though something invisible was trying to strangle her. Before we could reach her, she stopped. She had passed out. Daniel took her in his arms as he cried. He was whispering something that I couldn't quite make out. After that, he went out of the room. I could see Diana covering her face with her hands, crying. I tried to console her the best I could. When she finally calmed down, I asked her to tell me everything. She told me what happened. They were having a barbecue in the evening near the woods with their neighbors. Lily was playing with a few girls her age. When they took their eyes off Lily, she disappeared into the woods. They searched for her all over the place, only to find her standing still at the South Beach at sunset. She had been acting like that ever since that event. She would get frequently sick and would not be able to get out of the house. According to Diana, they were a safe distance away from the South Beach. she had no idea about how Lily went to the South Beach through the woods. There was no doubt in my head about it. Lily went through the same thing I did. Diana also told me that people who have been targeted by the entity see it in different forms. For me, it was in her grandmother's form. For Lily, it was something else. Diana told me that someone was brutally murdered by some thugs at the South Beach at sunset nearly 40 years ago. I knew what she was getting at. It was his vengeful spirit that was haunting the South Beach. Obviously, it was a lot for me to take in. My entire world has changed within a span of a few days. Above all, I knew that whatever that thing was, it wasn't done with me. Deep in my heart, I wished that thing would leave me alone. As much as I did not want to believe that it was real, I did. I wondered why others were fine even though they went to the South Beach at sunset. Why Lily? To this day, I'll never know. Diana didn't seem to have an answer either. In the following days, the activity intensified. I would hear distant laughing, talking nearly every time I went outside. Activity started happening everywhere, except my home. The other day, my coffee mug was pushed by an unseen force, breaking it to pieces when it hit the floor. Another time, I could see shadow figures moving at humanly impossible speeds. So, I reduced the time I spent outside. My contact with Diana was very limited. I could not pick up her calls, even though I knew she was worried. My mind was just too occupied with the activity that was happening to me. The activity at my workplace worsened, so I stopped going outside except when I had to work. The shadow figures I would see in my workplace evolved into unnatural entities. One particular day, as I was working past the normal hours, without anyone else but me, I caught something in the corner of my eye. In a cubicle in the same row as mine was a shadow-like face with no features except for its gigantic eye. Only half of its face was visible. I jolted. As if noticing my movement, it put its head back in the cubicle it was in. It was only there for a moment. I did not take my eyes off the cubicle it was in and went up to that cubicle. To my surprise, the cubicle was empty. I was too scared at that point, so I was about to go home. As I reached the exit, I saw a creature, the same creature from before, with its gigantic eyes. This time, its face was visible. It was a distorted face. Its body was like a bodybuilder's. It had 8 legs that stood on its human-like torso. It looked very much like a spider. Upon seeing it, I heard hysterical women laughing from all directions. At least, that is the thing I remember before fainting. On early morning the next day, I woke up in the graveyard without knowing how I went there. I looked at the visible parts of the street. There was no one around. Figures, since it was early morning after all. I quickly hurried towards my house, my body aching with pain. After reaching my house, I decided to call Someone, anyone who can help me. I reached for my phone in my pockets, only to realize that it was gone. I was too scared to be outside, so I couldn't afford to go back and search for my phone. So I went inside my house and took a shower. The weight that I had felt the whole time was gone as soon as I entered my room. That was when I noticed the wounds on my body. There were scratches and bruises everywhere. What happened to me last night, I wondered. Still, the image of the spider-like creature lingered in my head. Those gigantic eyes, the distorted face. If possible, I never wanted to see the creature again. After showering, I lay on the bed, thinking. Not too long after, I heard knocks on the door of my room. I opened the door. It was Diana. She looked very worried and sad. She asked me to tell her everything about what has been happening to me. So I did. She called her dad and told him the whole story. She and her dad offered to help me with this situation, and I accepted gratefully. And with the help of some exorcists, it is not as intense anymore. Ever since that, I haven't gotten out of my house much. I am currently taking leave from work. Thank God for vacation leave. I've seen a few exorcists, but my condition hasn't improved. Every time I go out of my house, I see that spider-like creature in the shadows looking at me. Sometimes it disappears, other times it runs towards me with inhuman levels of speed, and I would faint, only to wake up with scratches all over my body. Oh, and I also figured out that staying in my house keeps it away, so I am spending more and more time in my house. Diana is helping me with food and errands. Thank God I have such a wonderful girlfriend like her. I am too scared to go outside anymore. At the same time, I am wishing to be rid of this curse. Ghost, spider, or whatever it is. So I'll remain in my safe haven until exorcists are able to get rid of this entity. It was a normal day for me. I enjoyed walking in the forest. It was an activity that for me was calming. It also gave me the chance to brush up on my local biology, identify local species, and catalog them for fun. There was nothing strange about it. That was until I came across a tree. This tree stood out among the others in the forest. Firstly, it was in a small clearing, separate from any others, but even its look was strange. It had a mixture of thick, long needles, short and stout maple-like leaves, and many other leaf types of different shapes, colors, and sizes that came across the entire canopy of it, unlike anything I'd seen before. Its bark was somewhat smooth compared to regular bark. Rather than being broken into several sheets like the pine I had mostly seen around the area, or being rough with flaky paper-like layers like the maple or dogwood, it had smooth, single-piece bark that had a looking texture of relatively high-grit sandpaper. The tree was also built somewhat strangely. It wasn't short by any means, but compared to the pine and maple around, it did not stack up. Although it was quite thick for its height, its limbs were short and spindly, jutting from place to place out of the trunk with little care to growth that typical trees did. Overall, the entire specimen was strange. I had never recalled seeing anything like it. But then looking around, I saw something else. There seemed to be a small trench of upturned dirt that came from one direction out of the base of the tree for several feet. Though the trench looked old, grass starting to grow over the exposed soil. The entire thing was so strange, I did not want to conduct anything on my own. I marked the location on my GPS and left to get some backup to examine it without the risk of damaging it. A friend of mine was a botany professor at the local community college, so I asked if he would be willing to come and look at the specimen with me a few days later, and he said he would. So, a couple of days later, we both brought our outdoor equipment to set up a small camp and observe the specimen. It took about an hour to get from the road to the clearing. The GPS malfunctioned a few times getting up there, so we had to luckily stumble upon the clearing rather than perfectly finding it. We set camp up a bit into the woods out of the clearing. For some reason, a lot of the electrical equipment we had was malfunctioning. Mostly the satellite devices like our regular phones, satellite phones, laptops, tablets, and others. Normal electronics worked fine, and it seemed like our radios worked, unless we were on separate sides of the clearing. After examining the tree for a few minutes, I noticed how the tree seemed to be in a slightly different place, off by a few inches. Looking at the trench, I saw that it had indeed moved slightly. While pondering this, my friend, who will now be referred to as Davy, noticed something as well. Half of a squirrel's corpse. Looking at it, it appeared as though it had been torn in half by pure, blunt force pulling. We both had seen things similar to this before, so we figured some coyotes had been playing tug with the body and fought when it got torn in half. So, we continued. After the first few hours, with a gloved hand in case the tree was poisonous, Davy touched the bark of the tree. For only a second, his hand seemed to be stuck in place, but after that moment, it was free again. We assumed the sandpaper-like texture of the bark had simply snagged into his cloth glove and ignored it. Davy had concluded he had never seen any species even close to this tree before, and he wished to stay a few more days before returning and getting more eyes on it. I agreed, and had packed for that anyway. I wanted to stay to look around the area anyway, whether that was his choice or not. We spent the last few hours doing sketches of leaves and branches in the entire tree. Several times we noted leaves falling down and drifting onto the bark of the tree where they would stick for a second before being let go just as quickly and falling to the ground, noting that the texture must be exceptionally rough. We elected to head into our tents for the night. I woke up to a large amount of wrestling coming from outside my tent in the clearing. I figured it was a bear, so I stayed in my tent and waited until eventually it stopped and I went back to sleep. Waking up the next morning, I left my tent and, to my shock, when I looked into the clearing, the tree had vanished. Left in its place was a hole around the same circumference in the top part of a deer's head. Just the top of the skull and antlers, still bloody and steaming. Both Davy and I elected to leave as swiftly as humanly possible, so we packed up and left. It was days later. He had texted me a few times saying that we should head back. I'm sure what happened, whatever it was, has cleared. Imagine what we could discover. Who knows what lies at that site? One of his texts said. I ignored him, mostly. He was in the fervor of a discovery. Even if it would not be safe, I figured if I left him, he would burn himself out of the excitement, and we could properly adjust our strategy and continue in a few weeks. That is what I thought would happen. Yesterday, a week after we first went to look at the tree, Davy called me. It was around 8 at night, though it was summer, so it was not quite dark yet. Man, you have to come out here. Now, I was just able to get to my phone. I went back for it. He was yelling, panicked. You went back? What's happening? Why didn't you call 911? Why are you calling me? I said, beginning to panic as well. Just come. I came here with a saved GPS, but I left it over by our campsite when I came to the clearing. I don't know where I am. Please, just come here. He was even more panicked than before. Frantic, I came as fast as I could, making it back to the spot in record time, and I came to an awful sight. Davy was kneeling on the ground, one hand laying flat, fingers spread on the tree. I could see spikes that seemed to jut into his hand, locking it in place. Even worse, I saw the tree moving slowly downward into the ground. Man, you gotta help me. I came back and I saw it had come back in place. I wanted to record the texture, so I placed my hand. It got stuck for a second, so then I tried to move it. Then I felt a sharp pain in my hand, but now I can't feel it at all. What's going on there? He said. I leaned over to look at his hand closely. It was evident that spikes were inside of his hand. It appeared burrs around a 1/4 inch each, dozens, hundreds, were embedded diagonally into his hand, with strange blue clouded liquid dripping from them. What do we do here? I said, confused by so many details of the situation that my mind could not keep up with the pace, as I saw that even in the minutes I was here, Davy's hand had gone down another 2 inches. Pull. Please just pull. Help me, he said, pleading. I acquiesced and grabbed his hand at the wrist, and with all my strength began to pull. Remembering what had happened with the glove, I placed my boot on the tree for more force. For a moment, it seemed to work. His hand was ripping, yes, but coming loose, until a creaking sound emanated from the area his hand was embedded, and the burrs grew. They grew and grew until they were almost 2 inches each, all sticking out of the end of his hand. Despite the awful sight, Davy said he could still no longer feel it. Okay. In my tent, there is a box. Bring it here. It's red and metal. It has things we need. Bring it now. He had a deranged calmness to him until the end, when he screamed at the top of his lungs. I quickly went to his tent and found the toolbox. I brought it to him just as quickly. "There is a bushcraft saw in there, a folding one. Get it out," he said, having had to get into an uncomfortable position as his hand had sunken even deeper, partially lying down. "No, Davy, you can't. There has to be another way." He sharply cut me off, reaching into the box, shifting his box, causing a loud pop to come from his arm, though he did not seem to react to it, pulling the saw from the box. "Please," he pleaded. I wordlessly took the saw and opened it, placing the teeth at his wrist. At the first couple of motions, the saw ate into the flesh. Blood came pouring, and the sound was misery. I dropped the saw. "I can't feel you. You have to. I'll die." Davy's eyes stared deathly into mine. I can't. I shriveled cowardly away. I couldn't bear to even see what was happening. My body would not allow me. Davy looked me in the eyes and took the saw. He somehow stood. It was obvious from sight and sound the maneuver had dislocated and likely broken his wrist. He put the saw in the same place, and with a sharp determination, powered by whatever the numbing liquid was and adrenaline, he made progress, until, jumpy from his surge, he tripped, falling. He caught himself with his forearm, placing it onto the tree. Quickly, several-inch burrs dug deep, though they had no liquid yet, as he screamed. It had been several minutes, and Davy was lying flat on the ground, his hand and arm only an inch or so each from the ground. There's a pistol in the box. Please, we saw what happened to that deer and that squirrel, what that thing will do to me," he said, silenced by a quiet thump. His arm had touched the ground. This I could do. I took the pistol, a simple Glock-style handgun. I do not know the specifics of it, and I put it to the back of his head. "Thank you for this," he said, closing his eyes, waiting for release. "My pleasure, Davy," I said, squeezing the trigger, expecting a loud bang, but was surprised instead. I heard a thump as the hammer and the slide caught on the barrel. "No," he said. No. The sound was interrupted as a grinding noise took over, enveloping his hand and arm into the earth, slightly deforming it, but the arms gave far before the earth could. With spurts of blood, I could only sit and watch the ground eat Davy. For several minutes, I watched as he wailed and was being crushed like trash. No, please, no," he screamed, until another crunch, the loudest yet, came, and he was silenced. I only watched another minute, as his feet dangled into the air as most of his body had been swallowed. I ran quickly from the scene, terrified, bloodied, unable to think. I woke up the next morning having nightmares, simply having the night play again through my mind. And so, I alerted the authorities. Davy had gone on a hike and hadn't contacted me. I told them the wrong trail. After finishing my call and having to go in for a statement about his missing persons, I finally got back home. There, I deleted the location off my GPS. So please, if you have seen this tree before, trust me, you didn't see anything. For 7 days straight, an eerie, blood-red bus would stop in front of my house at 3:33 a.m. This seemed strange, mostly because, like the vast majority of American towns, Frost Hollow had no public transportation at all. Even stranger, people always got on and off the bus whenever it stopped. They all looked extremely tall and thin, and whenever I tried to focus on their faces, they seemed like no more than a flesh-colored blur. On the morning of the 7th day, I had called the sheriff's department to ask them about it. I had no better ideas. A woman with a thick southern accent answered the phone. "Morning, sheriff's office. How can I help you?" she drawled. I hesitated, not even knowing where to start with this odd story. "I'm not really sure who to call about this, but there's a bus stopping in front of my house in the middle of the night, dropping people off. I live on Slaughterhouse Road, past the abandoned school. It's a little strange, because it only comes past 3 in the morning. There are always people waiting to board it." I rambled, sweating heavily. I felt like a fool. The woman went silent for a long moment. I could hear her slight breathing on the other end of the line. "We don't have any buses going to Slaughterhouse Road, sir," she said insistently. "There are no buses in the town at all, other than for the public schools, at least not public transportation. Perhaps it's a private company? Did you see any company logo or information on the side of the bus, any route numbers or anything? Sometimes the nursing homes or medical facilities might have private buses for elderly or disabled patients." I had been trying to avoid this subject, but now I had no choice but to reveal what I saw. Yes, on the side of the bus, it said Inferno Express, and the route number said 666. I heard only breathing on the other end of the line for a couple seconds, as if the woman were waiting for the punchline. A heartbeat later, I heard her hang up on me. I stood there listening to the whine of the dial tone, thinking and wondering. I knew I needed evidence of the mysterious night bus, and I felt determined to get it. At 3 a.m., I put on a black long-sleeved shirt, black sneakers, and black jeans, trying to make myself as inconspicuous as possible. Nervously, I grabbed my digital camera and headed outside. The night felt beautiful, warm and humid with a soft breeze. I smelled the fresh summer air sweeping down the rolling hills, trying to calm myself down. I felt as if I were going out to commit a murder rather than just trying to capture video of a random bus in my own backyard. I crept across the road, seeing the windows in my neighbor's house stood dark. The street I lived on consisted mostly of woodlands with a few scattered houses. There were plenty of good hiding spots. I knew the bus stopped in front of a patch of marshy swampland a few hundred feet down the road, right on the border of my neighbor's property. I found some large, thick bushes near the street to hide behind, making sure I was far enough away to avoid being detected while still maintaining a clear line of sight. I checked my watch, seeing the minute hand creeping toward the penultimate moment. This was my last chance to leave. I felt a rising anxiety and uncertainty. Sweating heavily, I closed my eyes, waiting and listening. It seemed only seconds later that I heard the approaching rumble of a powerful engine echoing far down the road. I went into action immediately. Pressing the record button, I turned the camera on myself, whispering furtively. "Hello, my name is Landon Pierce," I murmured quickly, trying to get it all out before the bus got here. "I live in Frost Hollow on Slaughterhouse Road. For the past week, a bus has been stopping in front of my house in the middle of the night, and the people on it, they don't look right. They're all extremely tall and thin, so I'm here recording all of this. If something happens to me, if someone finds this..." I let the sentence fade off into nothing. The brakes of the bus squealed with a hellish caterwauling. I smelled exhaust and gasoline. A heartbeat later, the bus came into view, stopping only a stone's throw away from where I crouched, hiding in the thick shadows of the swampy brush. Mosquitoes constantly buzzed past my ear, landing on my neck and arms every few seconds, but I dared not move. I kept the camera steady, trying to quiet my breathing. I felt paranoid and watched, as if the people on the bus knew exactly where I was and what I was up to. The bus gleamed with fresh, blood-red paint. The windows looked like sideways eyeballs, long, dark oval panes whose shadows contrasted heavily with the bright exterior. I checked to make sure the camera was recording, satisfied to see the small red indicator light glowing brightly. I hoped that the people on the bus wouldn't see the slight glare of the screen or the red dot of the camera, if indeed there were people at all. The door at the front slid open with a shrieking of rusty metal. An interior light turned on inside the bus, glowing with a fiery radiance. All of these strange eye-shaped windows shone with the bright scarlet illumination. It danced and strobed, sending long shadows skittering down the swamp. At the front, I saw a driver in a black suit with white buttons and high polished boots, almost reminding me of the garb of an SS officer. He looked extremely tall, his bone-white head extending nearly to the ceiling. Two lidless black eyes bulged from his head, like the eyes of some monstrous praying mantis. They looked nearly the size of oranges. I gasped as he turned to look in my direction. I wondered if those enormous eyes could see the tiny red dot on my camera. To my horror, my question was answered moments later. Tall, faceless silhouettes stepped off the bus, appearing suddenly in the crimson light. I looked through the screen of the camera, zooming in to try to see any signs of eyes or mouths or noses. Yet the recording showed everything clearly enough. The smooth, featureless flesh stretching across their egg-shaped heads. Their arms stretched down nearly to their feet, their fingers long and twisted like the gnarled roots of a tree. Around their bodies, I saw orange jumpsuits like those prisoners in the area wore. Their smooth, hairless skin rippled slightly, moving in and out as if these strange creatures breathed through it. A few of these bizarre creatures entered the woods and swamps, diverging in different directions. One of them went towards a neighbor's house, creeping around the side with exaggerated, eerie steps. It glanced in the windows with its eyeless face, putting its long fingers around the sides of its head as if it were trying to block out the glare of non-existent sunlight. It was as if these abominations had only heard about human mannerisms through word of mouth. It tiptoed forward on dull black shoes that seemed twice as long as any normal human foot. The bus stayed unmoving in front of me, its engine idling loudly, the door hanging open. I saw the driver pushing himself up off his massive chair. He slunk forwards, bowing his smooth, hairless head as he exited the threshold. Like the faceless creatures, he tiptoed forwards in an exaggerated, almost childlike manner, his bulging black eyes glittering. He looked completely insane. He kept his arms raised, drawing the claw-like hands back and forth with every overemphasized step. I realized with mounting horror that he appeared headed in my direction. A few moments later, I was certain of it. His head ratcheted up to face me, his protuberant eyes appearing more excited and manic than before. My heart hammered in my chest as I looked around for a way out. The hairless, chalk-white face grinned with a psychotic gleam as the driver quickly pushed his way through the thick bushes at the border of the road, his gaze never faltering, his eyes never leaving mine. At that moment, a fear like I had never experienced before shot through my body. I stumbled to my feet, turning to sprint blindly into the forest, but before me lay a fetid swamp. As soon as I took a single step, my foot sunk deeply into the earth. Brown water flooded over the moss covering the ground in a superficial layer as it collapsed under my weight. "Shit!" I swore, my arms windmilling as I nearly fell forward into the rank water. But a hand shot out, grabbing me by the back of the neck and yanking me back. The hand felt burning hot, as if the flesh of the owner had an extreme case of fever. My digital camera slipped out of my hands, falling into the swampy ground with a wet thud. "Get off me!" I screamed, trying to grab at the hand holding my neck with an iron grasp. I was still facing away from the bus, but I felt myself being pulled backwards. Stumbling, I tried not to fall. My foot caught on sharp rocks and roots, but the sharp fingers of the hand never loosened. It would just pull me back up to my feet, the fingers digging into my flesh with an agonizing pain. I felt small trickles of blood running down my back and the sides of my neck. As we got back to the pavement, the driver threw me down hard in front of the bus steps. I felt skin tear along my knees and elbows, sensed the many cuts and bruises I had suffered. I raised my head, slowly blinking my eyes. Blearily, I looked up through the open door, seeing the enormous driver's seat sitting empty. It took me a few moments to realize what else I was seeing. But when I did, a sense of horror like a lightning strike smashed down upon me. The steps held human bones. Arm and leg bones placed side by side, covering the entire surface of the stairs. Many looked yellowed and cracked with age, but others seemed far fresher, the bones smoother and wider. The driver's chair was even more horrifying. Hundreds of grinning human skulls composed the guts of the chair. Rising up to the ceiling, human skin covered the front and seat, pale and leathery. Countless human teeth stuck out of the skin, their roots embedded in the supple flesh. The teeth rose up to the top of the bus in crisscrossing diagonal patterns. I glanced back at the driver, seeing his thin body looming over me. One inhumanly long arm pointed at the open door of the bus. It reminded me of the Grim Reaper showing the way forwards to the recently dead. He stood without speaking, His eyes glittered with insanity, and he had a rictus grin plastered across his smooth, white face. "No, I don't want to," I pleaded. "Don't make me get on it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should never have come out here." The driver stayed as still as a corpse, with a face like a grinning death mask. I saw movement behind him, realizing two tall, faceless humanoids had appeared in bright jumpsuits to board the bus. They came up besides the driver, their blurry heads bowing down to look at me, if indeed they could see at all without eyes. I wasn't sure whether these creatures were just mimicking human gestures and movements or not. Without warning, the two humanoids scuttled forwards, their rail-thin arms reaching out to me. I tried to crawl away, but moments later I felt them wrap my wrists. Their skin felt burning hot and feverish. They lifted me up. I tried screaming to call for help from my neighbors, but no help would arrive. They pushed me through the door into the fiery red light beyond. In every seat, I saw tall, emaciated people with smooth faces. The skin rippled and distorted when I tried to look at their heads. The two creatures holding me forced me toward the back. There, a boy of about 10 or 11 sat, looking terrified and alone. They threw me into the seat, turning and walking away immediately after. From the front of the bus, I heard the door slowly closing with a squeal of rusted joints. The driver was back in his seat. I looked up, seeing him staring into the rear-view mirror at me, grinning. "How'd you get here?" the boy asked in a small, quavering voice. I turned to look at him in wonder. His pale skin heavily contrasted with his dark eyes and black hair. With his high cheekbones, he had a slightly vampiric look. I don't know. I was kidnapped. What's going on, kid? Who are these people? Where are they taking us? I whispered, constantly looking up to see if we were being watched, yet the faceless humanoids stayed still in their seats, their blurry heads pointed straight ahead, totally frozen and unmoving. Only the driver showed any signs of life as he put the bus in drive and slowly pulled forward. "They're taking us to the playpen. They showed it to me in my dreams," he said. "I used to see these people looking in my window at night, people without faces who looked really tall and skinny. I told my parents about it, but they thought I was just having nightmares. But when I fell asleep, they showed me everything." "Okay, so what is it? What did you see?" I asked. His face went pale. He just shook his head. "I don't think you really want to know," he answered. "Both of us will be there soon enough, and then you'll see for yourself." I found out the boy's name was Ian, and I told him mine was Landon. He said he was from the other end of Frost Hollow, and that he had been on the bus for days without food or water. "It circles around to different towns," Ian whispered. I looked out the window, seeing a dark desert all around us. Sand dunes swirled on both sides of an endless highway. I hadn't noticed when the world outside had shifted from forest to desert. Those things without faces, they come in people's houses, get inside their head and their dreams. They make you think horrible things. They used to scream at me that I needed to kill myself, to hang myself or slit my wrists. I call them the stalkers." That's a good name for them, I said listlessly, staring out the window at the shadowy, endless dunes. We're not getting out of this, are we, Ian? I mean alive. Probably not, he said, his voice hopeless and dead. On the horizon of the dead, dark desert, a black monolith rose high in the air. In general shape, it looked like a lighthouse, but it had no windows and its outer walls looked like polished obsidian or onyx. It appeared to rise hundreds of stories into the cloudless sky. The bus started slowing down. The crimson lights lit up overhead. I looked forward, realizing that all the stalkers had turned their bluey heads now to stare straight back at me and Ian. The driver, too, continuously looked at us through the rearview mirror as the bus came to a stop. Now arriving, the playpen. A robotic female voice intoned calmly through speakers built into the walls. The door at the front flew open. Except for the idling of the engine, everything had gone deathly silent. I think they want us to get out, Ian whispered nervously, slowly getting to his feet. I wanted to say no, to fight back, but with dozens of faceless stalkers staring at us in their eerie, frozen poses, my courage failed me. On unsteady legs, I got to my feet and followed Ian down the walkway. The faces of the stalkers turned to follow us, seeming to blur and ripple faster with excitement. I wondered what would happen once we got outside. But in reality, I had no inkling of the horrors ahead. As I stepped down onto the inky pavement of the street, I realized that this desert felt freezing cold. Wind swept across the dunes at a tremendous speed. Clouds of dark sand obscured the black sky. The bus door stayed open, all of its passengers watching us with interest. The driver, too, never took his eye off of me and Ian. I wanted to get far away from these creepy stalkers. Let's go, I said, over the roaring winds, putting a hand on Ian's shoulder. He flinched away, looking small and scared. Side by side, we started walking down the road. It wasn't long before we found our first body. A mummified corpse lay on the side of the street, its dried flesh sticking tightly to the bones. Its eyeless sockets stared straight up. Its open mouth looked like it was frozen in a silent scream, a black hole filled with sand. Ian gave a strangled cry as he saw it, falling back. Hey, buddy, it's okay, I said. It's just a dead body. He shook his head, pointing vigorously at the desiccated corpse. I followed the line of his finger, realizing something odd was happening. The corpse had begun to shake and rattle, its splayed-out limbs jumping up and down. The ragged strands of cloth still covering its chest and legs ripped apart with a soft tearing sound. Wet, black tentacles covered in dozens of eyes rose up, snapping apart the remaining bones and flesh with ease. As the ribs jutted up like spikes, something hellish slithered out. It rolled on its tentacles, a ball of slithering limbs covered in something slick and shiny, though the size of a small dog. As it splayed out, its width and height doubled. It had no head or central mass, but its many eyes constantly blinked in chaotic and random patterns. The eyes looked blue and very human, bloodshot and dilated with fury. Get away from it! Ian screamed with a terror I had never heard in a child's voice before. He ripped at my arm, pulling me back. I stumbled, nearly falling. The tentacled creature slithered towards us at an incredible speed, its many eyes focused ahead, insane and furious. As we turned, I glimpsed stalkers watching us from the sides of the street. Their blurred faces stayed hidden in the sandstorms blowing past, but I saw their tall, inhuman silhouettes in the darkness. They reminded me of spectators watching gladiators dying in the Colosseum. "What is it?" I shrieked over the roaring winds. "What happens if it catches us?" Ian was breathless with terror. Sprinting ahead of me, he was a very fast kid. "Don't let it catch you," he screamed back. I realized the monolith stood ahead of us, only a few hundred feet. A powerful current of hope surged through my heart as I saw a massive threshold filled with white light. But as I got to within a stone's throw away, I felt something warm and slick close around my ankle. I screamed as I fell forward, seeing Ian disappearing through the doorway, his silhouette sharp and clear for a moment before the white light swallowed him up like a hungry mouth. "God damn it, help me!" I cried, crawling towards the white light. I kicked and struggled against the tentacles wrapping around my leg with a grip like squeezing metal bands. I dragged my hands through the sand as I felt myself pulled back, my head smacking hard against the pavement underneath. Stars danced in front of my vision. In the gloom and darkness, swimming against unconsciousness, I glimpsed more of the stalkers, always watching from a far distance, their flesh seeming to ripple with excitement at the prospect of witnessing imminent death and dismemberment. As more tentacles wrapped around my waist, I looked back. Only inches away, furious, dilated eyes stared back. The tendril shot towards my mouth as the others held my head in place. I didn't know what it would do once it got inside me, but I knew instinctively it would be something horrible. I heard a hoarse shout, felt something smash into the creature on my chest. I felt the tentacle suddenly retract from my face and head, the eyes turning to look at whatever new threat had arrived. A thin man with a long beard and haunted eyes stood above me, holding a homemade stone club. It looked like it had been whittled from sandstone, the end formed into a jagged point. The tentacled creature hissed like a snake as the man bashed it again. Finally, mercifully, it released me. I rolled away, coughing and sputtering. "Run, you idiot!" the man cried, smashing the creature through one of its many eyes with the sharp point at the end. The eye exploded in a shower of black blood and vitreous fluid. The creature's hissing escalated into a distorted wail that split and echoed like hundreds of voices screaming at once. I didn't need more encouragement than that. Shell-shocked and terrified, I scrambled to my feet, sprinting the last few steps towards the threshold. I looked back to see the man running behind me, the tentacled creature hissing and gurgling as it pursued. Together, we fell through the doorway of white light. As soon as we crossed the threshold, the creature stopped, its eyes furiously blinking and glaring. A few heartbeats later, it rolled away, its silhouette disappearing into the shadowy dunes outside. Well, That star spawn almost got you, the man whispered, clapping me on the shoulder. Good thing I was coming back this way. I went out hunting. He showed me a dead rattlesnake slung around his back. I'm Teddy, by the way. He reached out his hand to me, but I only stared at it. He let it drop after a moment. Star? Spot? I asked. He nodded eagerly, his brown eyes gleaming. He looked extremely thin and malnourished, and the clothes he wore were frayed and falling apart. I wondered how long he had been trapped here. That's what we call them, yeah, Teddy answered. They come off the Black God. Parts of his body sometimes fall off when he's sleeping, little parts here and there, but they regrow into those things, the star spawn. If they get their tentacle down your throat, it's game over, buddy. A little piece of them breaks off and starts growing in your stomach, eating away at your organs and muscle until it decides to break through. It's not a fast death either. You might be in excruciating pain for weeks before it kills you. I looked around the room in the black tower where we stood. A massive chamber with gleaming obsidian walls surrounded us, extending up dozens of feet to a flat, black ceiling. There, a bright spotlight pointed down at us, illuminating the room in white light. Stairs made of the same stone spiraled up the outer perimeter of the circular room, disappearing into a gap in the ceiling. My friend came through here. I asked, "Do you know where he is?" Teddy shook his head. "What's your friend's name, stranger?" he asked. I laughed uncertainly, then introduced myself. "Well, he's gotta be upstairs with the other one." "The other one?" I asked. Teddy nodded. "We're not the only refugees here, Landon," he answered. "The bus brings more victims all the time from all over the world. A lot of them don't last long. The star spawn often get them, and if they don't, the stalkers hunt them down and torture them to death. I've seen a lot of bodies skinned alive, people who got caught by the stalkers." "Well, let's go see them," I said. "I want to make sure he's okay. He's just a boy, you know." Teddy looked at me grimly. "He's not the only child who's been brought to this place," he answered. "I've seen more corpses of children here than you could possibly know." I walked up the stairs with Teddy at my heels, rising through the gap in the ceiling. Here there was an even larger chamber, rising up thousands of feet into the air. Towards the top of it, I saw something massive and black, with thousands of tentacles. It stuck to the flat ceiling, slick and wet, the countless enormous eyelids on its limbs tightly closed in sleep. Drops of slime occasionally fell down from the creature's body, landing on the floor with soft patterings. I saw an old woman sitting next to a small fire with Ian by her side. She had a rattlesnake on a spit and was cooking it. Ian had a leather satchel of water in his hands, which he drank from thirstily before passing it back to her. I remember him saying he had been trapped on the bus for days, and I wondered if he had had any food or water that whole time. I walked forward, waving and smiling, feeling much more hopeful seeing Ian alive and well. I glanced nervously up at the tentacled monstrosity, uncertain of whether I should be afraid or not. "The Black God sleeps above us," the old woman whispered. "Do not wake him. We must escape before he awakes," Teddy said furtively, putting a calloused hand on my shoulder. "We are going to try to hijack the bus. It is the only way between worlds. If we stay here, we will all certainly die, including the boy. It's only a matter of time. But if we can kill the driver..." "What about the stalkers?" I asked. "It's not just the driver." "Whatever is on the bus, the Black God is far worse," the man whispered. His sleep becomes more troubled as time passes. We see his tentacles twisting with his nightmares. Once he awakens, those nightmares will spread throughout the playpen. Right now, we are only hunted by the star spawn and the stalkers. "I met an old man who saw the Black God awaken," the old woman said. "When I got here, he was still alive. Every few months, the Black God comes alive to feed, and he said that the corpses walk when that happens. The dead scream and the sky rips apart, and everything moving gets hunted down like vermin to be absorbed into the Black God's flesh, where they live for weeks, being slowly digested and driven insane by the pain." "So, how did he survive?" I asked. She shrugged. "He said he hid in the bus. The driver gets out sometimes to hunt, and he snuck in. The Black God missed him, but he was the only one." I found out the old woman's name was Jackie. Like Teddy, she wanted to get out of the playpen immediately. "The stalkers and Starspawn won't come in here," she said. "They're afraid of the Black God." "And rightly so," Teddy muttered. "It's suicidal to be in here. That thing could wake up at any minute, and we'll be the first ones sucked into hell if it does. I've heard the screams of people being eaten by the Black God's flesh, and it sounds like they're being burned alive. They went on for weeks, months." "Stop it," Jackie insisted. "You're scaring the boy." I looked over at Ian, seeing she was right. He looked ready to pass out, his skin turning chalk white. Jackie pulled the roasted rattlesnake off the spit, ripping it apart with her hands and handing pieces of it to Ian and Teddy. She looked at me, her wrinkled face cocked. "Do you want a piece?" I shook my head, feeling slightly nauseous, just looking at the dead, burnt snake. Its head was still attached to the body, its open eyes blackened and staring. "So, what's the plan here?" I asked. "How do we get back?" Teddy looked at me, chewing a mouthful of rattlesnake. He lifted his homemade sandstone club, then nodded past Jackie. I followed his line of sight, seeing a few more primitive truncheons. "That's it? We're going to bludgeon the driver and all the stalkers and steal the bus?" Teddy nodded. "You have a better idea?" he answered. In truth, I did not. The four of us went back out of the stone monolith that held the Black God, seeing the endless paved road disappearing into the horizon. Armed with the primitive stone truncheons, we walked side by side, constantly scanning the darkness for enemies. "There are bodies everywhere," Teddy said over the roar of the wind. "Most of them have star spawn hiding inside." I wondered how often the bus came this way, but at that moment, chaos broke out. I saw the star spawn with one punctured eye rolling furiously down the pavement. I pointed, screaming, when something ran into me from the side. I fell hard into Ian, knocking both of us down. We went sprawling into the sand as two stalkers stood overhead, their insane faces blurring and jerking from side to side as arms as long as a human twisted toward me. Sharp fingers jabbed down at my face, and in a blinding moment of absolute panic and agony, I felt them puncture my left eye. I screamed, jerking back as they ripped and crumpled my eye. I felt it explode with a powerful jet of blood and vitreous fluid. My vision went white with agony. At that moment, I saw headlights through the haze of pain and terror. In my shell-shocked state, I barely realized it was the bus speeding down the road. The small star spawn hissed with animal hunger before a tire ran over it, causing black blood to explode from it like a water balloon filled with sludge. Teddy came behind the stalker, bringing his heavy stone club down on the back of its head. I heard a wet crack of bone as it fell limply on top of me, its fingers still clutching my dismembered eye. I realized the optic nerve and blood vessels were still attached, running along a few inches from the mutilated socket. I pushed myself to my feet with a rush of adrenaline, feeling the vessels rip apart like snapping string. I nearly passed out, but Ian and Teddy came to my sides, each putting a steadying hand around my back. The bus stopped in front of us, the door shrieking open. As the first of the stalkers descended the step, I heard a primal screaming from behind us, from the direction of the monolith. I looked back in terror, seeing the top of it explode in a shower of volcanic stone as massive tentacles, hundreds of feet long, reached blindly out. The black god pulled itself up, like a colossus sitting atop the world, its many gigantic eyes glaring down balefully. "It's starting!" Teddy screamed. "We need to get on that bus, now!" Staggering, I watched the three of them run forwards. I followed behind, feeling weak and sick. With my one remaining eye, I saw the driver descending the stairs. His black eyes bulged as he stared up at the sky. I realized with horror that the clouds had started to rain fire. The flickering flames lit up the world as the black god roared with a primal scream. Teddy ran forward, raising the club to strike at the driver. Casually, almost lazily, the driver raised one hand, grabbing Teddy by the neck and lifting him off the ground. His sharp fingers stabbed into the skin and flesh, digging deeply as Teddy gurgled. He weakly brought the club down as the driver threw his broken body to the side of the road. Teddy twitched, suffocating on his own blood and seizing. I watched his eyes roll back in his head. Jackie and Ian ran at the driver together, closing in on him from both sides. Ian struck at the long, emaciated leg under the black suit. The driver slashed at Jackie's face as bone cracked under the weight of Ian's blow. The driver buckled as his leg gave way, his furious, lidless eyes ratcheting towards Ian. As he fell, he reached forward, dragging the boy down with him. I saw Jackie on the ground next to them, with deep stab wounds eating through her eyes and into her brain. Blood spurted from her still body. I stumbled forward, raising the club and bringing it down on the back of the driver's head. His head collapsed as he clawed and stabbed at Ian's face and neck, opening up his throat in an instant. I heard gurgling and weak cries as I jumped onto the bus. Sickened by all the blood and death, I ran up the steps, never looking back. Bleeding heavily, my vision turning white with pain, I started the bus. The engine turned on immediately, rumbling and powerful. I had never heard such a sweet sound in all my life. I began driving ahead down the freezing dark streets of the playpen. I felt my hand sticking to the steering wheel, my skin covered in gore and clotted blood. I glanced in the rearview mirror and had to repress an urge to scream. Every seat was filled with stalkers, their blurring faces looking straight ahead, their long mannequin-like bodies twisted and jerked. Like one single hive mind, they rose. Up ahead, the dark street disappeared into a spiraling vortex, the color of fresh blood. I accelerated, pushing the bus as fast as it would go, afraid to look back to see what the stalkers would do. I drove through the vortex, pushing the bus up to 70 and 80 miles an hour. The blinding torrents of crimson light dissolved to reveal my street, Slaughterhouse Road. I slammed on the brakes, glancing back to see a stalker only inches behind me, its twisted fingers reaching out to grab me. Their heads jerked from side to side, blurring and jumping. Their arms seemed to vibrate with seizure-like movements. I heard a cry like one voice, a sound of anticipation and bloodlust. I opened the door and fell out of the bus as sharp fingers clawed at my head and scalp. Fresh blood ran down my face as I crawled across the pavement, screaming and crying. One of my neighbors heard me and came out, shining a flashlight on my bloody, mutilated face. Soon after, I lost consciousness. I remember waking up in the hospital, but my nightmares were always of Playpen and the Black God, and I think they always will be. "Thanks for letting me stay here," I said as I walked through the door. I needed a break from my roommate. He and his girlfriend of the last 6 weeks had gotten into yet another argument, and there were only 2 possible outcomes. Something would be thrown across the room, or hours of fucking, neither which I wanted to deal with. "You practically begged me," TJ replied, a sandy-haired man with green eyes about my age and height. He closed the door and led me into the living room. "I don't usually have people over." "Well, if I knew you lived like this, I would have asked sooner," I replied, comparing my tiny apartment in a college town to TJ's comfortable home. Judging by the clean brick exterior, spacious front yard, and hardwood floors, he must have lived quite comfortably, considering we had the same job. It's alright. I've lived here since I was a kid," TJ said. "I'm going out on a date tonight, but help yourself to anything in the fridge. I have just about every streaming service, so watch whatever." "Awesome. I seriously appreciate it, dude." "Yeah. I only have one rule," TJ instructed. "If you see someone in a raccoon suit outside, don't let him in." "What?" I chuckled, thinking he was joking, but his serious expression puzzled me. "You're messing with me, right?" "No, not at all. If you see someone in a raccoon suit, don't let him in the house," he replied sternly, grabbing his keys from the coffee table. "It hasn't happened in a while, but occasionally he comes around and can be a pain." "Okay, that's kind of weird." "I know, but if you see a guy dressed in a raccoon suit, do not let him in," TJ reiterated as he headed to the front door. I'll be gone for a few hours, and he's been coming around less and less, so you'll be fine. If I do see him, should I call the cops? No, it's not that serious. Just call or text me. I can shoo him away pretty easily, TJ replied. I don't want to get the cops involved. Okay, I said, still feeling confused. He had to be joking with me, as he gave me a gentle wave and walked out the door, locking it behind him. I looked out the window to see him pull away. It was starting to get dark as I turned around and settled myself into a nice, plush couch. It was nearly 2 hours since TJ had left. I was comfortably settled, watching an HBO documentary about the crazy chimp lady. It was hard to believe someone could be so unhinged. Suddenly, a bright white light filled the window. It looked like a spotlight. As I approached, I saw shadows of trees, bushes, and other objects on the manicured lawn. The light itself felt like one of those used on escaped prisoners in the movies. It was a bit overkill, but something else was out there, and I couldn't believe it. A man dressed in a raccoon suit. The light highlighted the stains, tears, and haggard look of his bodysuit. The head was worse. One ear dangled. The mouth part was covered in various colors. It looked as if the suit had never been washed or, for that matter, taken off. "What the hell is this?" I said, as its head turned towards me. It waved childishly before walking towards the house. I backed away from the window, my mouth agape. Knock, knock, knock. I stood in the living room, peering down the hall to the foyer. I saw the ragged ear from the small window of the door. It knocked again, more forcefully. "Hello, I know you are in there," a male voice said, trying to sound cartoonish and cute. "I'm just a talking raccoon. Won't you let me come in so we can have an amazing adventure together?" "What?" I yelled in confusion, as he began to scratch lightly on the door. I took a couple of steps into the hallway. "Listen, you just need to go away." "It's been so long since I had an adventure, buddy," he screeched as he continued to scratch. "I promise we will have lots of fun together, but you have to let me in." "I'm not letting you in." "Don't you want to have lots of fun?" "Hell no," I screamed. "TJ said not to let you in." "TJ?" he said, overemphasizing the name as he began pawing at the window. "Me and him go so far back. We used to go on adventures together. Oh boy, they were so much fun." "Seriously, go away." "Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, you're making me sad," he replied, sniffing dramatically. "I'm just a talking raccoon who wants to go on adventures, and you're just a big meanie genie." "I'm done here," I shouted. "Go away, I'm not talking anymore." "Fine," he yelled back, before a heavy thud shook the door as if he had kicked it in anger. It became silent as the years slowly retreated. I stood there, silently, waiting to see if anything else would happen. But after a few moments, it was eerily quiet. I returned to the living room, my phone on the coffee table. I considered calling 911, but decided to text TJ instead. Perhaps I'd scared him off? Hesitating, I set my phone down. Sitting nervously on the couch, I clenched my jaw, my stomach churned, and my legs jittered. I watched the chimp show, but something gnawed at me. I kept glancing at my phone, torn about calling TJ. Then I heard it, scratching. I grabbed my phone and looked toward the foyer. The sound wasn't from there. It was coming from elsewhere in the house. My mind raced as I followed the sound down a hallway with 3 doors. The scratching grew more frantic. I passed the first door on the right, gently opening it to reveal a spotless bathroom. The sound didn't originate there. I turned to the left, opening the door slowly as the scratching intensified. The room was dark. I fumbled for the light switch, finding it eventually. The bedroom was immaculate. Stepping back out, I heard a voice. "Hello, new friend." I walked over to the door, pushing it open to reveal a dark room with a silhouette in the window. I found the light switch and turned it on. He stood outside, looking at me, but that wasn't what shocked me. Inside the room, crude drawings littered the walls, finger paints and crayon scribbles showing 2 figures, one with yellow hair and the other a raccoon, standing on 2 legs. Some showed them holding hands, smiling, or playing childish games. Others, more disturbing, showed the boy frowning and the raccoon crying. "See? Me and TJ, the 2 of us go way back," he chatted. "We were the best of best friends." "Okay. Now, me and you can be best friends," he added, tapping gently on the window. "Now can I please come in? Oh, pretty please." "No, TJ said do not let you in." "You don't know TJ like I do," he prodded. "He used to be such a fun boy." But then he changed. Something happened to him. "You're not coming into the house. Now go away." He became a cruel, cruel boy, and my adventure buddy became so dark. He continued while waving his hand around the window. "You see it here in this room, don't you?" "I don't care," I insisted as he put down his hand, suddenly becoming silent for a moment. Even with the raccoon head, I could feel his stare boring right through me, leaving my stomach in knots. "He will hurt you like he hurt me," he replied, his voice with a light tremble. "But if you let me in, I won't let anyone, especially TJ, hurt my new best friend." My mind raced. The absurdity of it all impossible. This had to be some sick joke, and there was only one person who would do something like this. "All right, cut the crap." I smirked. "I'll give it to you. This is probably a funny prank, TJ." "I'm not TJ. I am a talking raccoon." "Talking raccoons don't exist. You're just a weird prankster in a costume." He stood there, outside in the wind. For a moment, he lifted his fake paw and began rubbing his chin. I could hear him sigh as he conceded, still in his cartoonish voice. "All right. You caught me. Good job. You passed the friendship test." I let out a sigh of relief. All right, I'm glad we can end this game. Honestly, it was starting to freak me out. "Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I get a little carried away," he chuckled, turning his head toward the front door. "I'll see you inside, I guess." Can you take off the suit? I mean, it actually does sort of give me the creeps." "What?" he replied, turning his head back to me. "Take off the head part, at least," I said as I stepped a little closer to the window. He started to breathe heavily, but stood there without saying a word. I began to feel a little uneasy again, starting to doubt myself. Come on, take it off and you can come inside. But I can't do that. Alright, there's one way to settle this, then, I said, thinking of a solution to rest any doubt. I pulled up my phone and called TJ's number. The phone began to ring as we stood in a staring contest. What are you doing? I'm calling you, TJ. No, don't do that. My phone is in the treehouse. What? Hello? I heard TJ's voice over the phone. My eyes widened and I began to panic. Suddenly, the man in the raccoon suit started to scratch at the window menacingly, tearing the screen. You're not the fucking raccoon? I shouted loudly over the phone. What? Of course I'm not. Is he there? Seriously? TJ answered. Yes, he told me he was you. Just stay inside the house. I'm on my way back. TJ replied before hanging up. He noticed that I was no longer on the phone and bolted away from the window as I ran out of the room. I could hear a doorknob rattling from somewhere as I ran back to the foyer area to see him trying to open it. TJ's on his way. No, he cried, pounding on the door. I feared he might break in and didn't know what he was capable of. Let me in! He'll be home soon. The begging and banging stopped, but the silence was brief. I heard a crash and ran through the house searching for him. The sounds grew more violent, and I thought he was trying to break in, but I found no sign of him inside the house. Then I heard glass shattering. The raccoon man had a rock and was smashing my car windows. Glass flew everywhere as he swung his furry arm. He stopped, and I felt relieved until I saw something worse. A small red gas can labeled with the word lawnmower. He was pouring gasoline inside. No, I shouted as he lit a grill lighter. I darted to the front door, unlocked it, and ran outside. Flames erupted from my car's shattered windows. I stopped as the fire grew, engulfing the interior. Then I heard a door slam. He was inside. Oh crap, I muttered. I heard tires squealing and saw headlights approaching. I quickly ran out of the way as TJ burst out. Where is he? I think he went inside. TJ stormed towards his house, and I followed meekly. He pushed the door open aggressively. Don't make me do it, he shouted. I lingered in the foyer, still fearful and not knowing what would transpire. TJ, where is he? I yelled as I heard someone running in the living room. I cautiously approached and saw TJ and the raccoon man facing each other. TJ held a broom. Raccoons live outside. Shoo! TJ taunted, swinging the broom wildly. A loud crack echoed as the broom hit the man. Get out of here, now! No, I won, I finally won! The man shouted, blocking his face. I won! You can't shoo me anymore! I told you raccoons live outside, TJ insisted, hitting him again. TJ, I'm calling the cops, I barked, pulling out my phone. But then I saw him dive at TJ, tackling him to the ground. They rolled around, knocking over the coffee table. The raccoon costume's head came off. He looked like TJ, except his hair was long and tangled, with a beard, his skin covered in dried mud and God knows what else, and his eyes wide with frenzy. I won. It's been 5 years, he snarled. He stood up, holding the broken broom handle. "Now it's your turn to be the raccoon and live outside." I watched as he shoved the raccoon head onto TJ. I wasn't sure if I should call the cops. I walked outside and looked at my burning car, wondering how I was going to get home. It's a widely accepted fact that the mining industry contains some of the more perilous jobs in the career pool. It pays ludicrously well, of course, but has a notably higher mortality chance to salary ratio when compared to other blue-collar work. It's certainly understandable, however. From poor air quality to cave-ins, all the way to hidden gas pockets and equipment failure. There's plenty of things in this line of work that are less than accommodating to human life. At the absolute very least, however, these risks are expected. Those that work in the field not only anticipate these risks, but gladly accept them as such. Allow me to paint a picture. Something went wrong, and 4 individuals from a 12-man crew have now perished. The rest are stranded with no foreseeable way to the surface, and yet none of the previously mentioned risks are to blame. In fact, the mine itself, or anything naturally forming for that matter, isn't to blame either. So, with all of those potential hazards ruled out, for what reason could this have occurred? Whatever you guessed is likely far from reality. Likely not even remotely close. The situation makes absolutely no sense, and the explanation will make even less. For that reason, I'll attempt to break everything down as simply as possible from the beginning, but bear with me, as certain parts might be rather long-winded. To start, I'm Finnegan. I'm an equipment operator for a coal mining operation run by Riker Energy Resources, a rather newly founded company headquartered in Wyoming. Overall, the job was a phenomenal opportunity. Little to no experience was needed due to the company being notably unestablished in the industry, with the compensation structure only falling slightly below the national average. For someone fresh out of high school with no plans for college, it was an opportunity too perfect to pass up. After 2 years with the company, I'd gotten into the rhythm of doing my job, and did it particularly well. Factoring in the generally unchanging crew of 11 other individuals I worked with, we overall functioned like a well-oiled machine. We pride ourselves on that ability to work efficiently, yet we were rather dependent on our routine. However, at the beginning of our shift, approximately 12 hours ago, that routine was broken. And as if the forces of the universe took notice of this, something went sideways in very short order. "Thought we were on waste removal for the week," I questioned, flipping through the thoroughly stained schedule taped to the window of the managerial office. "Y'all lucked out this time. Survey team discovered a sizable load deeper down. Got no extra crews to work on it, so y'all are up for now," our foreman stated, reviewing the paper himself before retrieving and unfolding an additional piece of paper from his pocket. "Looks like all of y'all are set to be on shift. Might just wait by the truck for everyone else to show up," he added, gesturing to the vehicle. I simply nodded and walked over to the truck, leaning on it as I sipped the mug of bitter coffee I had hurriedly brewed before arriving. Rather promptly, the other 11 members of our worker pool arrived, and we quickly filed into the back of the vehicle. It was little more than an industrial tour bus, and the crew compartment was notably cramped with 12 individuals packed inside. I was seated in the very back row, and a large bearded individual by the name of Angus filled the seat beside me. New plans? Certainly beats shoveling rock for another 12 hours, eh? He commented with a slight chuckle. His accent was thickly Scottish, as were most of his mannerisms. Still gonna be shoveling rock, but at the very least we get to use the fun tools as well. Margot responded from the middle row. She was likewise an equipment operator, so we often worked interchangeably on the same tasks. Likewise, being the second oldest member of the crew at 55 years old, she was well respected by everyone else. Before anyone else was able to join in, the personnel carrier jolted to life as it began shakily moving down into the depths of the mines. Despite being rather large, all equipment was electrically operated to reduce the risk of fumes accumulating, and as a result, it began picking up speed impressively quickly. Despite our assignment being roughly 500 feet below the surface through various crowded and winding shafts, we were expected to arrive in around 10 minutes. Around 5 minutes into the ride, Angus tapped me on the shoulder and motioned to my coffee mug, which had since become rather cold. "Gonna finish that, Finn?" he politely questioned. "Have at it, not the most pleasant brew," I responded, handing him the half-full mug. "Thanks, lad," he replied, finishing the remaining beverage alarmingly quickly. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle jolted to a halt as we arrived at the assignment site. It was a dead-end cavern with quickly assembled support beams and lighting systems, giving it the definitive appearance of a work in progress. We exited the vehicle and quickly began divvying up the work as we always did at the start of a larger task. A gruff, older individual that we simply referred to as Davy took the lead as per usual. He was the oldest individual on the crew, at an astonishing 60 years of age. He had plenty of experience in the industry to back his leadership. After the majority of the crew had been assigned their respective tasks, he pointed in my direction and provided me with my job for the shift as well. "Finn, Margot, grab the drills and hit those markers. Depth should be marked below," he ordered, gesturing to various chalk markings on the nearby cavern wall. "Mark, get with Angus and start prepping some charges." "All right, let's have a good day. Break," he added, before clapping his hands. Everyone broke out and began working as instructed, with Margot and I making our way across the cavern towards a line of parked utility trucks with various types of equipment stacked in the back. We grabbed the large handheld drills we were to be using during the shift and lugged them over to the specified wall, powering them up and beginning our task as instructed. Within around an hour, many of the markings had been drilled down to their identified depths, with the remaining being completed 20 minutes thereafter. Angus began filling the completed holes with charges, with all the remaining crew filing into their respective vehicles as we began exiting the potential blast radius. Angus arrived last and revealed a detonator from his pocket, connected to the charges with a sizable length of wire. "Shall I do the honors, boss?" Angus questioned, removing the protective cover from over the switch. Davy consulted his radio, and after receiving the all-clear, responded with a simple thumbs up. Angus flipped the switch as a thundering explosion echoed through the cavern, with a shockwave shortly making its way up with a level of force that shook the vehicles parked beside us. After a few moments, we loaded back into the trucks and once more returned to the site, which now had a sizable hole blown into the cavern wall, revealing a notably large amount of coal winding throughout the inside of the stone. We began surveying the area and once more began our assigned duties. Margot and I retrieved our drills and made our way over to the wall to continue the extraction process. However, before we could make much progress, Margot stopped and placed her drill on the ground. "Something wrong?" I questioned, doing the same. She appeared fixated on a particular section of the wall, one that was visibly lighter colored than the rest of the nearby stone. "Not sure if I'm seeing things, but "I think that's concrete," she responded, picking up a nearby hammer and further chipping away at the area. After a few heavy swings, a larger chunk broke off the wall, revealing visible rebar underneath. "Well, I'll be damned. Davy, check this out," she added, calling Davy over as she continued removing the areas surrounding the rebar. Davy arrived and appeared just as astonished at the sight. He retrieved a piece of paper from his jacket, referencing it as he continued glancing at the opening. "Shouldn't be anything man-made here. The company has just barely started excavating at this depth," he stated, removing a few additional pieces with his hand. "Shouldn't even be anything aside from the mine for the surrounding 10 miles, he added. He radioed back up to the surface, and after a brief conversation, returned looking visibly more confused than he was previously. "Looks like it's a new development to management as well. If it seems sound enough, a suggestion that we either drill around it or through it," he informed us, once more glancing at the opening as he referenced his documents. "Why not just set a charge in that spot? Should give us an idea of how deep it goes, and we might still stay on schedule too," Mark suggested, having likewise taken notice of the discovery along with overhearing the conversation. He was relatively new on the crew, having only been there for a few months, along with being just 4 years older than I at 25, but had proven his efficacy enough to warrant a reasonable say in matters. Davy contemplated it for a moment. "Don't see why not. Grab Angus and let me know when it's ready," he responded. After drilling a sizable pocket to place the charge in and hammering around additional layers of rebar, the charge was set and everyone once more drove to a safe distance. As before, Angus received the green light and detonated it, with the thunderous crack of the material splitting echoing throughout the cavern. We returned to the site, and with all members of the crew now being aware of the strange anomaly, everyone crowded around the opening as the dust began to fully settle. To our immense surprise, the explosion didn't reveal additional layers of concrete or even normal stone on the other side, but rather an opening into what appeared to be another cavern. Margot, having retrieved a lamp from one of the trucks, powered it on and shined it in the hole, only to reveal something even stranger. It was a warehouse. A sizable one, at that, with various wooden crates and shelves that extended well beyond the reach of the lamp's light. "Now just what in the fuck did we come across here?" Angus asked, approaching the opening. He motioned for Margot to hand him the lamp and, after retrieving it, stepped inside the opening, which was barely a foot above ground level. He shined the light around, revealing a ceiling of at least 20 feet in height and even more rows of shelves and crates extending through the room. Soon thereafter, another 4 of us grabbed a lamp as well and followed, entering the strange room. Everything was covered in a noticeably thick layer of dust, the type that only accumulates after years upon years of abandonment. The air was visibly polluted with it, and after walking roughly 100 feet deeper, we were forced to turn back due to the relatively unbreathable nature of the environment. However, before returning, our lamps were able to vaguely illuminate a door at the other end of the storage room. It was made of solid metal and had one of those wheel-like mechanisms for opening it, something one might find inside a ship. Davy, being practically asthmatic after venturing inside, gestured to the nearest workers. "Grab some respirators from the truck. I'd rather figure out what this is before we blow anything else to pieces," he ordered. The workers nodded and returned carrying a crate of them, with Davy distributing them out to each of the crew members before pointing to the opening. "Need 5 people to check it out with me. It's not a sightseeing tour. We're detailing every last thing we find and then heading back out to continue our work. Regardless, everyone mask up while the ventilation system does its job," he stated. I being rather intrigued, immediately volunteered, as did Angus, Margot, Mark, and a rather newer individual by the name of Al. Once everyone had donned their gear, we once more entered the opening and began venturing to the other side. The many crates we passed along the way were mostly unmarked, with some having labels that had become far too faded to perceive the information printed on them. While looking at the crates, I failed to notice that Mark had paused directly in front of me, and as a result, I nearly took both of us to the ground by accident. "Shit, my fault, man. All good?" I asked, regaining my footing. He briefly scanned the left side of the room through the scaffold shelving before responding. "No worries. I could have sworn I saw some shit moving around, is all," he replied, seeming marginally uneasy. Angus briefly turned around and joined in as well before continuing onward. "Probably just a rat, lad. Might even be a raccoon. Perhaps even the boogeyman," he added with a chuckle. "No way in hell a raccoon's all the way down here. Doubt even a rat would bother, Al included." "It seems that only leaves the boogeyman then," Angus responded, releasing a hearty laugh. The conversation was abruptly cut short by a loud creaking further ahead. Davy had reached the door at the other end and was attempting to open it to little avail. "Mind cutting the banter and lending me a hand?" he asked, annoyance clear in his voice. Angus rushed over and, upon likewise grabbing the wheel, managed to begin successfully turning it. It released an ear-splitting, grinding noise, clearly indicative of the amount of time that had passed since it was last opened. Eventually, it came loose as the door slowly creaked open. The rest of us rushed over, and upon shining our lights through the doorway, discovered that the discovery was likely far more sizable than we originally anticipated. A hallway extended to both the left and right of the doorway, with more doors and what appeared to be a mess hall at the furthest left end. Two other hallways extended from the main as well, both leading further into the structure. Older fluorescent lights lined the ceiling, but considering the clear age of the structure, chances of them working were evidently negligible. "Should we, split up? Or are we just going to search this place one room at a time?" Mark questioned. Davy considered it for a moment before responding, "I'd rather leave it to the survey crew to fully map this place. Check what you can and reconvene here in 20, yeah?" he replied. Everyone nodded as we began splitting up to check the structure. I went towards the mess hall as Angus began attempting to open the nearest door while everyone else went in their own directions. I reached the mess hall fairly quickly and discovered 4 rows of lunchroom-style tables with a large box television mounted on the wall. A counter extended on the furthest wall, leading into what appeared to be a kitchen. I hopped the counter, knocking over a metal tray which hit the ground with an echoing crash. Margot, being nearby, called over, "Everything all right over there, Finn?" Having spooked myself to some degree, I composed myself before responding, "All good, just being clumsy is all," I replied. I made my way throughout the rather sizable industrial kitchen, coming across various canned goods and cookware. Another door seemingly led out of the kitchen, but upon attempting to open it, I quickly concluded that it was locked. The most striking aspect of the kitchen, however, was the seemingly used appearance of it. Not in the sense that it had been recently used, but rather used at some point. Multiple pots were found within a large sink basin, with the mold growing within, suggesting that they hadn't been unused when placed inside. Even some of the counters had visible residue underneath the profoundly thick layer of dust. Eventually, I glanced at my watch and realized that around 15 minutes had passed. I once more hopped the counter, this time being mindful of the remaining trays sitting on its surface. Before I could make my way into the hallway, however, I picked up a distinct sound from inside the kitchen, particularly the sound of something small, such as a metal utensil clattering against the ground. I quickly shined my lamp back over the counter and was met with a rather unnerving sight. A small pair of eyes was looking back at me, not in some overly unnatural sense, but rather something comparable to the eyes of an animal at night, just two dimly reflective, almost shimmering dots. I froze and kept my light on the eyes. They were small enough to fit the profile of a medium-sized rodent, but the more alarming aspect was how they seemed directly behind the counter, yet still cleared the top of it. The counter, being around 3.5 feet off the ground, made this especially concerning. I slowly backed away, keeping my light on the strange set of eyes as they remained unmoving and aimed in my direction. Once I was back in the hall, I quickened my pace and eventually made it back to the door we had entered in, where Margot and Davy were waiting. Davy was flipping through a dusty folder of papers he had evidently discovered, while Margot was reviewing a binder she had likewise come across as well. "Glad to see you made it back. Find anything?" Margot questioned. "Not really. Found a kitchen and a locked door, nothing of much substance," I replied, pausing for a moment. I considered trying to explain the small creature that was evidently in the kitchen with me, but eventually settled with a more rational explanation. "There was also a big-ass rat or something in there. Kinda freaked me out," I added. Davy briefly looked up from his papers before returning to them once more. "Place must be infested then. Came across a good few of them in the offices I found. Would be lying if I said they didn't spook me as well," he added. Margot was seemingly about to add something as well, before Angus and Mark likewise arrived. Both were empty-handed, but Mark was clearly rather shaken up. "Anything interesting?" Davy questioned, still flipping through the stack of papers. "Found another storage room with even more boxes. This lad walked right into a rat nest and nearly shat his britches," he added, lightly elbowing Mark on the shoulder. He seemed rather annoyed, but likewise joined in as well. "Shined my light into a hallway and caught the eyes of about a dozen of the rodents. Looked like some shit straight out of a horror flick," he added. As he finished, a loud crash once more echoed through the kitchen at the other end of the hall. We each shined our lamps in that direction, only to be met by none other than the same eyes as before peeking around the corner. With a profound amount of dust in the air throughout the facility, it was still impossible to make out a definitive form to the animal, but the eyes were clearly a foot above the ground. We remained silent for a moment as us and the animal stared each other down. Eventually, the silence was broken by my watch alarm going off, signifying that the 20 minutes was up. The animal scurried away, making an audible noise while doing so, as we all composed ourselves once more. "Spooky little bastards," Angus commented, looking down the other end of the hall. "Say, have you lads seen Al around here?" he added. We looked around, likewise taking notice of his absence. He had gone down the hallway at the furthest end, and with each of us having a timekeeping device of some sort, it was more than expected that we would be back at the end of those 20 minutes. Davy seemed rather frustrated, and placed the stack of papers in his jacket as he walked over to the entrance of the hall. He called out multiple times to no response, and eventually started returning as his lamp began to visibly dim and flicker. Once back with the group, he removed and replaced the battery to no avail, as the lamp proceeded to fully extinguish itself. He shook his head before addressing the group. Nothing but more rats and more dust. And I'm sure as hell not about to go down there with this piece of shit," he added, hitting the defunct lamp. I'll go get the lad," Angus commented as he made his way towards the hall. He eventually disappeared around the corner as the echoing sound of his footsteps gradually faded, eventually becoming inaudible. Davy gestured towards Margot's lamp, which she handed to him. "You three head back. I'll wait for them. Radio doesn't seem to be working all that well here. Get a unit at site and relay your findings to surface until we get back," he added. We simply nodded in unison and began making our way back through the warehouse. The atmosphere had noticeably shifted, and unease was becoming evident in each of our mannerisms. While I kept my light aimed straight ahead, Mark was shining his to either side, clearly still on edge due to his encounter within the facility. Margot, not having a lamp anymore, stayed close by at the front of the group, eventually breaking the silence. "Say, do y'all really think those are rats?" she questioned. Mark caught up with the group before joining in as well. "I'd like to think so. Why do you ask?" he responded. Margot seemed to gather her thoughts for a moment before answering his question. "I found this small office and a couple were in there. All I could see was their eyes peeking from behind a desk," she responded. "Same with my encounter. Pretty damn creepy," Mark interjected. Margot once more seemed to collect her thoughts before replying, "Well, it's just..." She paused a moment before continuing. "As I left the office to meet up at the entrance, I turned around and one of those sets of eyes was almost at the ceiling," she added. Mark and I turned to face her and noticed that she was visibly shaken up from the recollection. Once more, she continued, "I like to imagine that it was just my mind playing tricks or something, but there was nothing at that height that a rodent could have been sitting on for that to make sense. It was just a wall, and once I began approaching it with the lamp, it went right back down to the desk in an instant," she included. Mark and I glanced at each other, but otherwise remained silent. Despite the surreal nature of that description, it evidently matched what each of us had experienced as well. We didn't directly mention it, but something about that structure just wasn't right. It was a conclusion each of us appeared to silently arrive at as we quickened our pace and exited from the opening. The other 6 members of the crew were eagerly waiting as our arrival was met by multiple lights shining through the hole. They looked marginally on edge as well, but before either party could exchange information, the sound of thundering footsteps from within the facility grabbed our attention. We returned the beams of our lamps to the opening, though were unable to immediately spot anything due to the freshly disturbed dust further limiting the visibility. Eventually, the footsteps were evidently originating from within the warehouse as a shadow became visible. It was Davy, in a degree of full sprint that was virtually impossible for someone in that age bracket. Angus was soon behind, seeming to be clutching his arm. The light Davy was holding had clearly stopped working, and Angus had very clearly abandoned his at some point. Upon exiting the opening, Davy immediately signaled in the direction of the trucks and barked orders between raspy breaths. "Load up the fucking trucks! We're leaving!" he ordered. Angus was soon behind, and it became evident fairly quickly that he'd been significantly injured, with a stream of blood seeping between the fingers clutching his arm and pooling at his feet. Aside from the blood loss, he was pale as a ghost and speechless, with his eyes wide with shock. For someone of his stature, it was beyond abnormal to see him in such a state of abject horror. In fact, many of us genuinely assumed it was impossible. Without question, all of us sprinted towards the trucks, quickly loading them up and starting them as we left the site. Being a passenger in the vehicle with Davy, I turned to him and immediately noticed his expression being one of pure and unadulterated fear as well. What the fuck happened in there? Where's Al? I quietly asked, sensing the gravity of the situation. Davy shook his head and clutched the steering wheel even harder as he turned to me. Al is fucking dead, Finn. Those weren't rats, and whatever they are tore him to shreds. He silently replied, before returning his eyes to the path before us. What was left of him, we could barely even identify, he added, his voice shaking. The sound of tires on stone once more enveloped the air, as both I and the two other crew that had hopped in the passenger cab were unable to formulate a proper response. Eventually, we reached an intersection with 3 narrow tunnels, and Davy quickly turned into the one leading to the surface. Soon thereafter, however, Davy's radio crackled to life with Margot's voice emerging from the device. We're missing a truck. They were falling behind and didn't make the turn, she commented, the urgency in her voice indicating that Angus had conveyed the situation to them as well. We looked in the rearview mirror and noticed that we were in fact 1 truck short. Despite 4 having left the site, there were now only 3 in the single-file line of vehicles. Davy slammed the steering wheel and released a string of obscenities before turning the vehicle around. He rolled down the window and ordered that the remaining trucks stay put as we traversed the short distance back to the entrance of the tunnel. Upon arriving, we turned back towards the site, only to see a rather unwelcome sight. Half the length of the shaft was now submerged in complete darkness. The strings of lights illuminating the cavern walls and ceiling to the very end had evidently failed, with the portable work lights along the nearest half of the cavern being the only source of light. Even the ones nearest to the site had begun to flicker, with a large floodlight stationed along the wall opposite to us failing rather shortly upon our arrival. As within the facility, the remaining lights reflected off various sets of eyes at the edge of the darkness, some at ground level, others seemingly 20 feet or more in the air. There seemed to be dozens of them, and as another set of work lights extinguished themselves, I could have almost sworn that more sets of eyes appeared. Aside from the occasional popping of the lights, it was eerily dead silent. Most notably, the remaining truck wasn't anywhere in sight, having evidently broken down far beyond what was now the reach of the light. Furthermore, nobody within that vehicle had been present in that facility, meaning the full urgency of the situation was likely not understood by any of them. Davy, likely realizing this, loudly called out to them, his voice cracking while doing so. Upon receiving no response, he yelled once more, his voice echoing across the cavern walls. Again, there was no response. For a moment we sat in silence, awaiting any sign that the occupants of the truck were still there, only for more silence to follow. Eventually, more work lights popped, with a line of darkness now becoming precariously close. Davy once more released a stream of obscenities before grabbing his lamp and rushing to the edge of the light, shining it across the cavern from left to right. The various sets of eyes seemed to avoid the light, shifting to remain outside of the direct beam, filling the air with an unnerving, scuttling noise as they did so. Eventually, the beam reflected off the white paint of a truck at the furthest wall of the cavern, with the doors visibly open. The light likewise reflected off a mound lying directly outside of the door, which to our horror we quickly identified as one of the reflective stripes on our high visibility work jackets. The jacket was evidently still attached to something solid, but the spacing between the visibility stripes indicated that it was no longer in a single piece. Nearly on cue, Davy's work lamp began flickering once more. He quickly took notice and sprinted back to the well-lit area as it extinguished itself. Without a word, we once more loaded into the vehicle and began making our way back through the narrow tunnel. However, just as we were approaching the remaining 2 trucks, ours began slowing down, eventually coming to a complete stop. Davy attempted to restart it to no avail, with a gauge on the dash indicating that the battery with supposedly enough juice to last all shift had already been completely depleted. Without any hesitation, we exited the truck and sprinted to reconvene with the rest of the crew, each of them now outside of their vehicles as well. Mark, being in the last truck of the group, immediately noticed us returning without the 3 missing members of our crew and leaned against the side of the truck with his head in his hands. Angus was likewise standing nearby and now had a blood-soaked t-shirt wrapped around his arm. Margot had the hood of one of the vehicles open. It eventually slammed it shut in clear defeat. She made her way over to us, as did the rest of the crew, and shared further unfortunate news. The battery on both trucks is completely drained. Tried to radio back to the surface, but the units aren't working either. She commented, the weight of the situation likewise becoming evident to those still somewhat unaware. Silence filled the air for a brief moment before the faint sound of another bulb popping drew our attention. We turned to face the entrance of the tunnel and noticed that the cavern outside the entrance was now completely black. Similarly, the lights nearest to the entrance had begun to flicker, as were the ones directly above us. Davy quickly sprung into action and retrieved a folded piece of paper from the glove box of the nearest vehicle. After unfolding the large sheet on the hood, he scanned it with his finger before signaling the rest of us over. The paper before us was a map of the caverns, with Davy pointing to a spot midway through the tunnel ahead of us. That's the closest rescue chamber. We can't hoof it all the way to the surface, but the chamber is sturdy and has supplies. We should at least be able to wait it out in there and call for some help, he stated. Everyone unanimously agreed, and we quickly retrieved functioning lamps from the back of the nearest truck before beginning to jog as a group through the tunnel. Angus was in the back of the group, and I fell behind to run alongside him. His condition was noticeably quite rough, though adrenaline alone would almost certainly keep him going until we were relatively safe. Though I hesitated initially, I eventually implored as to what had happened within that facility. What the fuck went down in there? I quietly asked in between breaths. He was silent for a moment, then eventually answered. They fucking got Al, lad. Tore him limb from limb. He weakly replied, pausing for a moment. The room was full of them, and I barely had a chance to back out of the doorway before my light died, he added, pausing for another moment as he grabbed his arm and winced in pain. Once the room went dark, something lunged at me, ripped a fat chunk out of my arm. If Davy hadn't rushed over with his lamp, they would have got me as well, he commented, once more going silent. I likewise went silent, returning my focus to the pathway ahead. For a while, nothing but the sound of echoing footsteps filled the air, along with the faint popping of lights in the distance. After another 5 minutes of running, I checked behind us and noticed that the darkness had expanded well beyond the entrance of the tunnel. In fact, it nearly seemed to be keeping pace with us, as only around 200 feet of the tunnel was sufficiently lit behind us. Davy similarly checked behind us at around the same time and took notice of this, picking up his pace as he encouraged the rest of us to do the same. Almost there. Let's pick up the pace, he loudly stated between breaths. Exhaustion and an audible sense of fear were becoming evident in his voice as it shook with each word. Knowing him quite well, along with his generally blunt and unexpressive mannerisms, it was an unnerving thing to notice. The rest of the crew similarly seemed to pick up on this as the collective pace increased to a sprint. Eventually, a sign became visible on the ceiling ahead, with an arrow pointing towards an opening in the right of the tunnel. Upon reaching it, we were greeted by a welcoming sight. The reinforced steel chassis of the rescue chamber, with a small light above the door signifying that it was in complete working order. Without a second of hesitation, Davy and Margot reached the heavy door and collectively opened it. One by one, the remaining crew filed inside, taking a seat on the long benches on either side of the capsule. I followed, as did Davy and Margot, once everyone was inside. Upon closing and securing the heavy door, Davy likewise collapsed onto the bench, placing his face in his hands and going silent. For 10 minutes, nobody spoke a word. The chamber was cramped and any noise would noticeably echo within, but nothing aside from our bated breaths could be heard. Eventually, the unwelcome sound of bulbs shattering became faintly audible through the door, initially seeming a slight distance away, only to soon be fairly close. As the sound began to reach the tunnel directly outside the door, Margot silently stood up, verifying that the door was properly secured before once more sitting down. The sound of bulbs shattering passed by the outside of the door, and then slowly faded as it continued through the remaining stretch of the tunnel. The overhead light within the chamber began to flicker, and then subsequently dimmed, though it remained on. Shortly thereafter, another sound became very faintly audible. The sound of something hard, such as nails, lightly scratching and tapping on the outside of the chamber. It started out relatively unnoticeable, but quickly escalated in both frequency and volume until it was all that could be heard. It came from the walls, door, and ceiling, and echoed throughout the inside of the chamber at a deafening frequency. Angus covered his ears and began sobbing, while the remaining crew was very visibly barely keeping it together. To our delight, however, the light remained functional, despite having dimmed by a large margin. In fact, most of the remaining electronics within the chamber appeared at least slightly functional, something likely permitted due to the immensely thick steel construction of its exterior. After around half an hour, the sound faded, and silence once more filled the room. After a moment, Davy quietly stood up and began tinkering with the radio, with it thankfully still functioning and allowing connectivity with the surface. Upon explaining the situation, management informed us that a rescue team would be en route shortly, but was currently delayed due to site-wide equipment problems. Explanations of the things down here with us fell on deaf ears, as the individual surface side simply attributed our accounts to oxygen deprivation-induced hallucinations and suggested that we activate the chamber air supply. No amount of convincing from the rest of the crew could change their mind, and we eventually had to simply concede and hope for the best, both for our safety and that of the individuals being sent to rescue us. Conclusively, that brings us to the present as I write this. Multiple tablets were discovered in a supply locker connected to the company extranet. With a thankfully significant amount of power still contained in each crew member took turns contacting loved ones along with informing the families of those who perished of their fate. Once I had done the same, I took it upon myself to construct this account in order to spread awareness of the events that transpired today. We've been in this rescue chamber for well over 5 hours at this point, and there hasn't been any additional word from the rescue team or the surface. We're trying to conserve as much battery as possible, so I'll go ahead and end this here. I'll attempt to upload this in various areas online to get maximum coverage, but the extranet is painfully slow, so it could take a while for anything to post. If there's any major updates or we somehow make it out, I'll provide additional updates as necessary. If you happen to have come across this, thanks for reading and wish us luck. We're clearly going to need it. I've always been a night owl. I often take the last subway home and enjoy the solitude and the rhythmic clacking of the tracks. But what happened last night doesn't make me confident that I'll ever take the subway again. It was a typical Thursday night. I stayed late at the office, working on a project that has been haunting me for weeks. When I left, the streets were almost empty, and a strange silence enveloped the city. I quickly ran to the station and rode the lone escalator to the underground. It's not usual for the last ride of the day to be sparsely populated, especially when it's a typical weekday and most of the city's residents are in their homes by this point. The escalator ride is always a lengthy one, but luckily, my headphones provided the entertainment I needed. A favorite playlist and solitude. What could be better? This particular station is one of the newer ones in town, and looks pretty modern. During the day, the platform is packed with people waiting for their connection, but at this late moment, I'm alone. It always feels strange to be alone in such a public place, but this was so different. The lights were classically on, the escalators were running, and the wind could be heard from the tunnels heralding the arrival of the train. The train arrived at its usual speed. The doors opened with a rush, and I stepped into the old, familiar, but empty carriage. I settled into my seat and was glad to be alone for a while. When the train started moving, I leaned my head against the window and watched the small lights pass by in the tunnel. It was soothing, almost hypnotic. I must have fallen asleep for a while, lulled by the gentle rocking of the train. When I woke up, the train was still moving, but something was off. I looked at the digital display above the door. Next station? There was nothing else. It always shows the next station and then the final stop of the line, but not this time. The clock showed 1:45. I should have been at my destination 10 minutes ago. I sat down and tried to shake off the drowsiness. The train continued to move through the tunnel, but there was no sign of the station. This time, even the simple faint lights that usually illuminated the tunnel were nowhere to be seen, leaving the scene outside shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Even the carriages in front and behind me were empty, and no one was in them. It was as if I were alone in the whole train. But at that moment, an excellent thought occurred to me. Someone must be driving the metro, I muttered quietly to myself. I walked to the front of my carriage and pressed the button to speak to the conductor. But no one answered, just static electricity. I tried calling for help on the phone, but there was no signal. In the last few years, the city has started to bring the phone signal underground, but occasionally it would drop out between certain stations that were deeper. Apparently, one of those times was now. Panic began to take hold of me. I walked through the car to the door at the end of it, hoping it would be unlocked. I lightly pushed the handle. Click. The door opened with ease, and I could step through to the next car. But it, too, was empty. Every carriage I checked was abandoned, from the first to the last, 7 cars in total. The usually soothing hum of the train was oppressive, the shadows deeper and darker. I returned to my seat, and my mind raced with thoughts. The inside of the train, once familiar and comforting, now felt claustrophobic and alien. The flickering lights cast strange, incongruous shadows that seemed to stretch and twist as I moved. My pulse quickened, and my breathing became labored. The realization that I was all alone on this endless journey hit me full force. Minutes, or maybe even hours, have passed. However, looking at my watch, it showed 1:45 again. Time seemed to be losing meaning in that tunnel. I tried to occupy my mind, counting seats, reading the safety instructions over and over again, studying the map of the entire subway system, or trying to catch a phone signal. But the monotony of the train and the unchanging environment drove me crazy. I tried to explain rationally what was happening. Maybe there was a technical problem and the conductor had to go around several stations. But that didn't make any sense, as we hadn't passed a single station yet. Why was there no announcement? Why is time seemingly not running out? Questions swirled around in my head, each more disturbing than the last. I decided to search the train again, this time more slowly, more thoroughly. I checked every seat, every nook and cranny, looking for any sign of life. There was nothing. No bags, no discarded newspapers, nothing to indicate that there was anyone else on this train. Ironically, this was the cleanest subway I've ever been on. Desperation made me try the emergency brake. I pulled it, expecting the train to stop, but nothing happened. It was as if the system had been disabled, and I had no way to stop the relentless movement of the rig. Exhaustion, hunger, and thirst began to set in. I slumped back in my seat, my body shaking with a mixture of fear and fatigue. I stared out the window, hoping for some hint of a station, some break in the monotony of the tunnel, but there was nothing, just an endless, dark void. My thoughts began to get stranger and stranger, and my mind replayed all the decisions that had led me to this moment. I thought about my family, my friends, the life I took for granted. Regret washed over me, an overwhelming weight that seemed to suffocate me. As the hours dragged on, I began to question my sanity. Was this just a figment of my vivid imagination? Was I trapped in some nightmare? After all, I had fallen asleep for a while during the ride and could only dream. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the rhythmic clacking of the tracks, a sound that had once soothed me but now seemed like the relentless drumbeat of doom. In a moment of epiphany, I remembered my phone again. Maybe, just maybe, I could find a way to get a signal. I moved to the middle of the rig, held the phone high, and hoped again that I could pick up even a bit of signal. Nothing. I tried again and again, moving back and forth, but it was futile. The signal was as elusive as the end of this tunnel. My throat was dry and my stomach clenched with emptiness. I dug through my bag and found a half-eaten granola bar and a small bottle of water. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. As I sat there munching on the bar, I couldn't shake the feeling that the train was a living being, a mechanical animal that had trapped me in its belly. The notion was absurd, but in my exhausted state, it seemed frighteningly real. More time passed, but my watch still read 45. I couldn't sleep as anxiety coursed through my veins. I could feel my grip on reality slipping away, my thoughts becoming more fragmented and irrational. I needed to focus. I needed to find a way out. I returned to the front of the train and banged on the door to the conductor's cabin. "Hello? Anyone there? Please help me!" My voice echoed through the empty carriages, but no one answered. I collapsed against the door, tears of despair streaming down my face. I returned to my seat and felt the weight of despair bearing down on me. But just as I was about to give in to the rush of anxiety, the train began to slow down. My heart leapt with hope. Is it possible? Could I finally reach a station? The train began to slow slightly. I pressed my face against the window, trying to see out just a little. The tunnel was still dark, but a faint glow appeared in the distance. The train gradually came to a stop and stopped. "End station, please disembark," came over the speakers. The doors opened with a mundane clang, and I stepped out onto the platform, all shaken up. The station was eerily quiet, as deserted as the train. I was still alone. I wasn't waiting for anything. Despite all my fatigue and exhaustion, I didn't hesitate, and immediately began to run up the escalator towards the outside. 1, 2, 3. At first, I took them one at a time, then two at a time, and finally I found myself running up the escalator 3 steps at a time. My heart was pounding with exhaustion, but also with anticipation. With each step, I felt the oppressive weight of the underground disappear and the promise of freedom grow stronger. The end of the escalator loomed on the horizon, and I forced myself to exert even more strength, even though my legs burned with exertion. Finally, I reached the top, I stumbled out of the top of the station and out into the street, gasping for breath. The cool night air hit me in the face, refreshing and invigorating. I took a moment to calm down and look around the usual, yet somehow alien, cityscape. The streets were quiet, with only a few cars passing by and the occasional pedestrian here and there. I set off on my way home, my legs still shaking from the exertion and the events of the previous night swirling in my head. My watch read 1:55. When I finally arrived at my apartment, I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking. I staggered inside and collapsed on the couch, too exhausted to get into bed. In the days that followed, I avoided the subway altogether, preferring to take buses, trams, taxis, or rely on my own legs. My friends and colleagues at work noticed that I had somehow changed, but I couldn't explain it to them. How could I? It sounded crazy, even to me. For that reason, I'm writing this here as a little confession for personal relief. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but at the very least, this experience can serve as a little warning. When I was a kid, I watched a lot of TV. Hell, I watched it so much my parents didn't let me keep one in my room. They correctly thought I'd stay up all night watching cartoons or weird sci-fi movies. Then Katrina hit New Orleans. We got out safe, but our house was in such bad shape, we had to move into an apartment miles away from all of my friends. My folks felt bad about the situation, so they set up a 9-inch set on my desk and made me promise to go to bed on time. That promise was swiftly broken. The TV had a headphone jack, and I managed to score a compatible set by trading some kid at school a Blue Eyes White Dragon. As long as I wasn't too loud, I was free to watch whatever, whenever. Those days were rough, so it was nice having something I could lean on when I started missing home. One Saturday night, I was flipping through like usual when a bumper I'd never seen before caught my attention. The bumper faded in on an image of a clown dressed entirely in black, sitting on a stool in the middle of an empty white room. I know what you're probably picturing, but she wasn't scary at all. In fact, there was something inviting about her. Curious, I put down the remote and settled in to see what would happen. The clown pulled out a pocket watch and showed it to the camera. The second the hand hit 11 o'clock, the tip of her mouth ticked up into a gentle smirk. She put the watch away and said, "It's 11 o'clock, kiddies. You should be in bed, but since you're not, welcome to the Crossing Hour. We have some new viewers tuning in tonight, so let me give you a quick rundown." She looked around and motioned for the camera to come closer. The camera zoomed in until the clown's face filled the screen. I noticed her irises were yellow. She winked, and I blushed. I felt like I'd been caught doing something embarrassing. "I'm your host, Reagan Sorrows," the clown said. "Here's how this works. 11 to midnight, everything's spooky fun and games. Midnight to 1, we cross over to something much, much scarier. Younger viewers should probably switch off once we shift to the black room. That means you, hun. The camera pulled out just enough to catch Reagan pointing at the screen. I knew it was silly, but it felt like the comment was aimed directly at me. Naturally, I was hooked. After catching that first broadcast, I watched Crossing Hour every Saturday night without fail. Every week, the programming changed, and you never got the same combination of shows 2 weeks in a row. I didn't know about variety shows or stuff like The Wonderful World of Disney at the time. So, the idea of never knowing what I was going to get was a real thrill. The block always started with the White Room shows. None of Crossing Hour's programming had age ratings, but the White Room seemed to be more or less for all ages. I can't remember everything I watched on it, but a few stand out. Almost every week, there was a new episode of Heckbusters. It was like X-Files for kids, but with a higher budget than shows like Goosebumps. Every episode followed a different team of kids as they investigated some spooky happening around the world. Some of the teams were used multiple times, some just once. The through line was that they were all members of Heckbusters International, a sort of boy-girl scouts for monster hunters. My favorite kid was David. He was a loner, but he was really smart and knew a lot about how to trap ghosts and fight werewolves and stuff. Even better, we had the same name, so I could pretend I was the one fighting monsters and helping out my friends. His group got the most episodes, which I was always really happy about. Grim Grimm's Palace was a puppet show about the Grim Reaper. I want to say it was a parody of little kids' shows like Bear in the Big Blue House, but there was something weirdly sincere about it. Grim, as the Reaper insisted the audience call him, was trying his best to be one of those cool uncle types for the viewer. The catch was his palace was full of demons and weird creatures that annoyed the hell out of him. So most of the time he'd end up getting angry, and the episode's intended plot would go out the window. There was always a moral, but it was presented so poorly, I usually ignored it and laughed at the shenanigans Grim got into. Not going to lie though, a couple of the lessons landed. I still think about the conflict de-escalation episode, since it's the one time Grim managed to keep his cool. Stopped clocks, I guess. The timing was a cartoon that's hard to describe. Every episode features a giant humanoid statue that occasionally, quote, plonks into a different time period. A crowd would gather around the statue and debate what it was before the statue stood up and started to walk around. What followed was usually some sort of trippy chase scene involving the statue transporting people through time and space on a whim. At the time, I couldn't wrap my head around it. I think if I watched it now, I'd like it more. Some of the visuals were pretty out there. Tony's Rat Time Kitchen only ran once. As you might expect, it was a cooking show starring a giant rat named Tony. It played out like a regular cooking show, but all of the ingredients were moldy and rotten. There wasn't any music, and it didn't seem like Tony had an audience. But he kept acting like he did for some reason. It didn't help that Tony was kind of disturbing. The way he moved wasn't right. He was too fluid to be a puppet. But the proportions were so stretched out, he couldn't have been a guy in a suit either. His eyes were constantly moving too, never settling on one thing. He was so manic. It was like he was drugged or something. At the end of the program, Tony took a bite out of his nasty-looking pizza, moaned with pleasure, and said he'd get me to try his food one day. It was so creepy. Reagan actually apologized for it the week after it aired. That bastard rat has starred in many of my nightmares. Still can't watch cooking shows because of him. Lally's Funhouse was weird because it seemed out of place on a midnight block. It was a kids' show about these 3 bulbous mascots named Lally, Lule, and Lo that bounced around and learned how to share or whatever. I was a bit too old for it, but it was nice background noise while I caught up on comics or doodled. Every episode, the mascots sat down and told the viewer how much they cared about them and how great a friend they were. For some reason, I always caught myself saying it back. A dumb show, but charming. Saving the best for last, my favorite show was Raccoon, Radiant Retribution. The concept was this angelic robot superhero guy rescued kids in trouble by beating the shit out of demons. Think Bible Man, but replace the title character with the Doomslayer and make the villains actual threats. Nostalgia could be coloring my perception, but the special effects were some of the best I've ever seen. Lots of massive puppets and intricate suits that looked so good. I swore the monsters were real. For some reason, they didn't play it much. If I had to guess, it was probably because it was way too expensive to run it every week. The one weird thing about it was every episode would end with Raccoon talking to the viewer about how to protect themselves during spiritual warfare. Always pray before bed. Don't make deals with ghosts even if they seem friendly. Use salt to deter spirits, etc. It wasn't bad advice, necessarily. Just seemed a bit esoteric for a kids' show. I still think about this one. Wish I could find it online. One of the best things about the block was there were never any commercials. Instead, Reagan would talk to the viewer between the shows. If Mr. Rogers was your lovable grandpa, Reagan was your cool aunt who'd let you watch R-rated movies and sneak you a sip of her beer. She told a lot of funny stories, and occasionally read viewers' letters. I tried writing to her once, but I couldn't send it because for some reason they never showed a mailing address. I guess in hindsight, the letters could have been fake, but I like to believe they were real. I'd usually turn off the TV and go to bed when the White Room programming was over, but occasionally I'd stay up to see what happened in the Black Room. When the White Room shows ended, Reagan would say goodnight to the kids watching, wait a moment, and snap her fingers. The color would then bleed out of her clothes and into the room, staining it an unnaturally dark black. Reagan, now dressed in white, would then introduce the night's programs. Even as a child, the symbolism was about as subtle as a brick to the face, but it was a cool effect. When Reagan was in the Black Room, her personality shifted. She was still playful, but in a more bitter way. She never crossed over into being a jerk, but she'd tease the viewer for watching such horrifying content and taunt people who were trying to record the block. I never figured out how to tape shows for later, so I'm not sure if it was actually possible to tape Crossing Hour or not. That said, her stories of television sets catching fire turned me off trying anything. I didn't watch The Black Room very often because most of the shows were too freaky for me. That said, I recall the ones I caught in my braver moment. Stola's Round Table was a recurring segment that played every couple of weeks. They'd usually show it first, so it was the Black Room show I caught the most. In it, a man wearing a suit, gloves, and an owl mask sat in the middle of a nicely decorated study and talked about current events, news stories, science, that kind of thing. He had a chair, but for some reason, he was always sitting in the middle of a white circle. Usually, he was alone, but sometimes he invited guests on. All of his guests also wore animal masks and sat in white circles. I thought his show was boring most of the time, but I liked what he did whenever a guest said something he didn't agree with. He'd always cut them off by saying the word drivel in a low voice. Stolas would let the silence sink in for a moment, then he'd continue on as if nothing had happened. Guests almost always kept their answers to a short yes or no after that. In retrospect, most of Stolas's guests seemed to be afraid of him. Pretty creepy setup for what ultimately amounted to a talk show. Cletus Cunningham's Chainboree was shot in what appeared to be a flooded basement. The titular Cletus was a disgusting old hick who wanted to teach the viewer how to make real moonshine. This one was hard to watch because it was recorded off a handheld camcorder. The guy filming was terrible at keeping the camera steady, so it was hard to make out what was happening. Something about a party and harvesting ingredients. I had to turn it off midway through because the camera work was so bad I started to get sick. That, and someone in the background started moaning for help. One nature special followed a camera which was being lowered into the ocean. The camera must have been pressurized somehow because it went deeper and deeper without cracking or having an issue with transmitting video. Eventually, the camera got so deep there was no light at all. It was silent for a few minutes, then something in the dark groaned. Weird sounds reverberated through the water, almost like chanting. Before I could figure out what it was saying, the camera jerked hard, and the footage cut out. There was one untitled show that started out in a dark room full of shiny threads. A soft voice in the darkness started talking, saying stuff about how kind it was of us to come into its home or whatever. The topic turned to tonight's dinner, and I realized something was slowly creeping towards the camera out of the darkness. The voice was so hypnotic, I didn't realize the thing was a giant spider until its face loomed out of the shadows. Multiple eyes glittered menacingly as the spider clicked its mandibles and reared back. I ripped off my headphones, dove for the remote, and turned the show off before the spider had a chance to do whatever it was planning to do to the cameraman. I was already an arachnophobe, but that show made it so much worse. The way those eyes glistened in the dark. A show that only aired once looked like home video footage of a guy walking through a house. The viewer never saw the guy's face or got an explanation about why he was there. Halfway through the show, the cameraman started filming people sleeping in beds. The creepy thing was the cameraman didn't do anything to them or say anything. He just stood there for a bit and moved on. The show ended when the cameraman crept into the basement and zoomed in on someone watching a TV. The guy turned around and the show abruptly stopped. I couldn't get a good look at the guy's face, but he seemed scared. Even with the threat of potential nightmares hovering over my head, I couldn't stop watching CrossingOver. Problem was, I couldn't talk to anyone about it. If I told my parents, they'd know I was staying up too late, and the kids at school thought I was making it up for attention. I felt bad about it at first, but then I decided to think about it like I'd been inducted into a secret club. It was a fun feeling, and it took my mind off recent events. And then one day, I stopped watching, all because of one specific show that really got to me. It started out as a pretty great night. Heckbusters had a David episode, and there'd been a particularly kick-ass episode of Raccoon. He'd been forced to fight a whole gauntlet of monsters at the same time, and he still won. He even managed to decapitate the monster that had originized the whole thing. Seriously, best show ever. After Raccoon's end credits ran, Reagan said goodnight and switched the show over to the Black Room. I was just about to turn it off when a little voice in the back of my head told me to stick around. I had just turned 9 the day before, and I guess that made me feel more grown up or something. So what if the Black Room had given me nightmares before? The White Room had too. It was just weird TV. I could handle it. I settled in and watched the first program. Another episode of Stolas, nothing special. After Stolas ended, a bumper played like usual, but instead of Reagan's normal introduction, the bumper faded in on an empty, black room. Off-screen, Reagan was arguing with someone. Whoever it was, his ass was getting chewed out. This was new. I'd never heard Reagan get angry before. After a few more seconds of arguing, someone pointed out they were on. Reagan stepped into view, fixed her outfit, and glared at the camera. She forced a smile, but I could tell she was still mad. Hey there, creeps. This next program is going to be even spookier than usual. Viewer discretion is advised. Reagan held the smile for a moment, then her face fell. I know I say that every night, but I'm serious. Kids, if you're still here, turn off the TV. Now. Naturally, Reagan's pleading had the opposite effect. The black room was disturbing as a rule. If Raccoon was begging viewers to switch off, something crazy was about to happen. Turning the TV off wasn't an option. I had to see this for myself. As for the rest of you sickos, let's start the show. But have your remotes ready, just in case. And if it talks to you directly, don't. Reagan's face flickered out, replaced by static. After a few seconds, a title card appeared. Nothing fancy, just some white text on a black background. The name of the program was Invitation. The screen cut to a dimly lit room filled with candles and weird symbols. It was too dark to see exactly what the symbols were, but they were all made up of circles and complicated line work. The audio was bad too, like something recorded on an old home video camera. A hooded man walked into the room, cleared his throat, and spoke to the camera. Deep shadows made it impossible to see his face. Welcome. Tonight, we are going to invite a being from beyond the grave into our earthly plane. Unlike this network's previous offerings, we will be seeing raw, uncontrolled evil on live television. I look forward to the results. The man drew a circle around himself, sat down, and began muttering. I tried to catch the words, but I couldn't understand what he was saying over the camera buzz. The man muttered for a few minutes, then raised his hands. Hark! If any being hears me, speak! Speak, and be known! Nothing happened. I laughed. All that build-up for nothing. The man shouted again, trying to get a response. Still nothing. He stood and raged. Damned spirits! I demand you listen to... The man screamed. I looked at his feet and noticed in his haste he'd stepped slightly out of the circle. Every inch of flesh outside the circle had been crushed flat. The man barely registered what had happened to him before his foot began moving further out of the circle. He tried to pull it back, but something was preventing him. He screamed in pain as whatever held him slowly dragged him out of safety. Seemingly prepared for this, the man pulled a knife out of his robes and prepared to sever his leg. Before he could swing the blade, the thing grabbing him yanked hard on his leg. The man yelped and fell to the ground, now more than halfway out of the circle. The knife had fallen out of his reach. The invisible creature resumed slowly pulling the man out of his protective charm. No, I'm sorry, the man screamed as he attempted to claw his way back to safety. I spoke out of turn. I am a loyal servant. I am your beloved servant. By this point, the man was completely outside the protective boundary. His hood had fallen off, revealing several tattoos on his face. He looked scared. Whatever was in the room with him forced him to stand. He tried to run back to the circle, but the invisible creature pushed him away. I leaned into the TV, absorbed by what I was seeing. The man stood there. For a moment, nothing happened. Tears ran from his eyes as he looked around for any sign of his tormentor. I'll make a sacrifice. Anything you want. Just don't. That was when his body crumpled like a tin can. I recoiled back in shock. 1 second, the guy was fine. The next, his body was flattened in the middle. Blood trickled from his mouth as he gasped his last breath. I like to think he died before the pain hit. The corpse stood there for a few seconds before falling to the ground. After that, nothing. The body stayed on the floor. The thing in the room was silent. The camera buzz droned on and on. Eyes still glued to the TV. I reached for the remote. Whatever came next wasn't worth it. That was when the voice said, "Don't touch that." I froze. Nothing had happened on the show. Same dead guy, same vacant audio buzz, but I'd heard it crystal clear through the headphones. Whatever was in that room was talking. "Good. Hands in your lap. Now I want to talk to you." I did as the voice told. It seemed like a bad idea, but I couldn't help being curious about what it had to say. "Listen to me very carefully. This man was a very bad person. He did many terrible things. He deserved to die. Do you understand?" I couldn't help nodding. To this day, I'm not sure if it was because I agreed or because I was too scared to argue. Good. With that out of the way, hello, my newly devoted followers. So lovely to meet all of you. A light static haze covered the screen. If I squinted, the static just barely made a shape in the middle of the room. It was vaguely humanoid, but something about it wasn't right. The arms would be too long, then they'd fix themselves, but the head had horns. Then the horns would disappear, but it would have too many legs, and so on. Devoted. You've tuned in tonight because you wanted to see evil. Here I am. Am I what you hoped for? There was a pause. The voice laughed, and the fuzzy shape paced the room. I noticed it steered clear of what remained of the circle. Devoted. Can I be honest with you? I'm thrilled. I've never been able to talk to so many of you at once before. I don't know what to say. Oh, I know. Would anyone like to make a deal? The shape briefly looked at the camera, then continued to pace the room. I was starting to feel let down. The guy getting killed was scary, but this part was dragging on too long. Oh, we've got our first one signed and dotted. Devoted, you're too kind to me. Anyone else? This continued for a while. The shape would pace the room, glance at the camera, say something about completing another deal, then start pacing again. As the program went on, the static shape grew clearer. It got to the point where I didn't have to squint to see it anymore. Devoted, you're all so wonderful. I could deal with you all day. I can't help noticing there are some viewers out there who haven't spoken up yet. Isn't there something you want? The comment got me thinking about home. The show was getting boring, so it wasn't long before I started daydreaming. It would be nice to go back home, see all the friends I had to leave behind, hang out at all my favorite spots again. I could tell all my friends about Crossing Hour too. They'd believe me. We could all have a sleepover and watch it together. I could be the cool kid, the kid everybody liked. It's yours, David. All you have to do is ask. I jumped back to attention. The thing was still pacing the room. It had grown much clearer since I'd zoned out. It was easier to see the transformations as it changed shape. Spider legs, bat wings, eyes with too many pupils, misshapen hands, serpent-like tails, goat heads, and all sorts of other horrors flashed over the thing's frame in impossible, lifelike detail. Just looking at it made me feel sick. You can have anything you want, Devoted. Just ask out loud right now. There was an unnerving forcefulness to the thing's voice. I forced a chuckle and grabbed the remote again. Ask. I winced and ripped my headphones off. The voice was so loud my ears started ringing. I quickly turned off the TV. As the power cut out, I heard a roar of frustration bellow out of the headphones. I can't be sure, but I swear the shape glared at me right before the screen went black. I settled into bed and stared at the ceiling. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get to sleep. I kept replaying the last part of the show in my mind. David and Devoted did sound kind of similar, but Devoted had an extra syllable. But if you said it fast enough, it all sort of ran together, and it was late. I was tired, but I heard David. I fell asleep before I could decide one way or the other. That night I had some of the worst nightmares of my life. Something was in my room and it wanted to hurt me, but I couldn't see it. It kept moving around so I couldn't get a good look at it, and it whispered things about what it would do to me and my parents just when I was starting to calm down. I woke up so many times, I lost track of what was a dream and what was real. At one point, I woke up to a woman sitting on my bed, but she shushed me before I could say anything. Just me, hun. Go back to sleep. In my sleep-numbed state, I reasoned she was either my mom or a dream. Neither one was a threat, so I shut my eyes and drifted off. The rest of the night was peaceful. The following nights, however, were plagued with similar nightmares. None of them were as vivid as the first nights, but they were just as terrifying. It got so bad I couldn't even watch the White Room shows anymore. Eventually, fear became aversion, and aversion became habit. When my family moved out of the apartment and settled into our new house, there were no complaints when my folks said I couldn't keep the TV in my room anymore. All desire to watch Crossing Hour was gone. I didn't think about Crossing Hour again until a few years later. One day, bored in science class, I doodled Raccoon in my notebook margins. The doodle activated all the good memories from before invitation, and I decided as long as I stuck to the White Room, it couldn't hurt to check in on Reagan and see how the block was doing. That Saturday night, at 11 o'clock, I snuck downstairs to the basement, plugged in the old 9-inch set, and flipped through every channel, hoping against hope that I'd stumble onto Crossing Hour again. I tried every channel twice. It wasn't playing on any of them. Every couple of weeks I tried again. No luck. Maybe it was a regional thing. Maybe it got canceled. Maybe Reagan just got sick of it and shut it down. Whatever the reason, Crossing Hour was off the air. Which brings me to this post. A cooking show came on last night, and it reminded me of that damn rat. Normally I click the show off and try to forget, but this time got me thinking. Has anyone else seen Crossing Hour? If you have, shoot me a message and we can chat about old times. Even better, let me know if you have tapes. I'd love to watch Raccoon again. Keep invitation to yourself, though. I don't care if it was a trick, or if it's not as scary as I remember, or if I was hearing things at the end. I never want to see it again. I'm making this record as a warning to all who may come across it. Never, never attempt to enter the catacombs of Paris through secret passages that lie hidden beneath the streets of the city. For within those dark and winding tunnels, there is something inexplicable and evil that resides in the forbidden tunnels lurking beneath the city of light. First, I would like to point out that the people I will mention here have had their names changed with the intention of protecting their memories and their identities. I hope that my decision is understood and respected by all. With that in mind, I will now begin the account of my Paris catacomb experience that forever marked my life. Like any other young person my age, I was very adventurous and loved exploring unknown places, always looking for thrills and challenges. My parents were always very strict with me, forbidding me to go to places they considered inappropriate, like parties and going out with friends. I felt trapped, like I was being deprived of experiencing the outside world like other young people, which only fueled even more the desire to venture outside the limits imposed on me. Like any other young person my age, I became rebellious. I lied to my parents that I was going somewhere, but I was breaking into an abandoned house or exploring some tunnel or underground cave with my friends who shared the same interests. But that wasn't enough. I wanted to go further, see new things, and feel more of that butterflies in my stomach that only adventure can provide. That's why, when my friend Zach called me and said he discovered a location on an unsealed sewer entrance to the Catacombs of Paris, I was all for it. If you've never heard of this place, or have only a brief acquaintance, the Paris Catacombs are a gigantic underground network of tunnels and galleries that extend for about 300 kilometers under the city of Paris, France. The catacombs, originally built as quarries around the 18th century, were turned into public ossuaries in the late 18th century and are currently visited by tourists as a historical and cultural attraction. The catacombs contain the remains of millions of Parisians who were moved there after the city's cemeteries closed. Due to their age and fragility, the catacombs have strict access rules to protect cultural heritage and the safety of visitors. In addition, the catacombs are a real underground labyrinth. It's not difficult to get lost in there. For these reasons, visits are highly regulated and controlled. Entering the Paris catacombs beyond the permitted areas for visitation was strictly prohibited. Violating this rule could result in fines and other legal penalties. I should have stopped there, but at that time all my rebellious mind had in my head was everything forbidden tasted better. We called another friend, Sebastian, and started planning everything. When are we going? What would we take? And how would we not get lost? The last one was solved by Zach. We would use luminescent paints. And yes, when I look back, I realize how stupid this all was from the start. I don't remember what lie I told my parents, but they believed it, and I was able to meet my two friends without any problem. Entering the catacombs of Paris through a secret entrance in the sewers was always going to be the adventure of a lifetime. I was very excited and looking forward to this adventure, so different from the ones I've done before. Zach led the way. He took us down to the sewer where the entrance to the ossuary is said to be. It took us about 20 minutes to find that entrance because Zach actually didn't know the location at all. He just heard a rumor that there was an entrance here. The entrance was narrow and dark, with only a shaft of light coming in through the crack at the top. Zach was the first to enter, followed by me and Sebastian. We managed to smell the strong and unpleasant smell of sewage in our nostrils, but that didn't stop us from moving forward. It was then that we saw a steep staircase leading even deeper. We walked down the stairs cautiously, carefully watching each step we took. The sound of water running through the pipes echoed throughout the place, but that didn't bother me. After all, I was focused on finding something new. We arrived in a huge underground room with dirty, damp walls and a slippery floor. The flashlights we carried illuminated only a small part of the room, and the surrounding darkness made it even more frightening. At first, I wasn't sure if we were entering the ossuary or if it was just one of the sewer corridors. But then our flashlight beams began to reveal a few bones here and there, until an entire wall adorned with bones and human skulls gave us a macabre welcome. As we made our way deeper into the catacombs, the air grew stale and musty. The damp walls seemed to close in around us, and the darkness was all-consuming. But instead of feeling afraid, we felt like those brave YouTubers with channels aimed at urban explorers who enter forbidden places like this. And that was amazing. The Paris Catacomb was an incredible gallery of macabre art. It was impossible to deny the morbid beauty of that place. The walls were lined with stacked skulls and human bones, forming grotesque and frightening images. I couldn't help feeling that I was being watched through the hollow eyes of hundreds of skulls. I grabbed my cell phone and started filming around, capturing every detail of the historic structures until an eerie sound echoed through the dark tunnels. Everything was silent until Zach said, "Relax, you pussies. It must have been just a car passing overhead." He emphasized his statement by pointing to the ceiling above us. We relaxed after that. Zach's words made sense. We were somewhere under the city. There couldn't be anything here. The sound could only have come from the surface. As time went on, my earlier enthusiasm was turning into another feeling, which I refused to show to my friends as I didn't want to tarnish my facade of a great and courageous adventurer. But I couldn't deny that little voice telling me something was wrong was getting louder. Filming Sebastian walking side by side to a wall full of piled up human bones, as he said, "Look at this, this is so cool," helped me to recover a little, until I noticed Zach enter a different corridor and move further and further away. "Zach, don't go wandering around aimlessly. You know it's easy to get lost around here," I shouted, but Zach just responded with his typical arrogance. "Easy, Mom. I just want to take a look around these halls. Before you know, I'll be back." I rolled my eyes and continued filming Sebastian. I was used to Zach's habit of drifting away from the group and somehow never getting lost. It was from that point on that our adventure turned into a nightmare. Suddenly, Zach screamed from one of the hallways, causing me and Sebastian to turn around in alarm. I shouted his name and shined the flashlight on all the corridor's entrances nearby, but I couldn't find him. Then sounds like bones creaking and clinking echoed through the galleries, making my blood run cold. "Zach, this isn't funny, you bastard!" I yelled loud as I shined every entrance I could see, believing Zach was purposely trying to scare us. And then I realized that Sebastian was frozen, looking with eyes filled with utter terror in my direction. More specifically, behind me. And then I heard a low, inhuman snarl. Slow and terrified, I turned around. The flashlight shook in my hands, but I kept the grip as tight as I could to illuminate whatever was behind me. I had explored many unknown places in my life. I saw so many things, so many stories to tell, but never had I ever seen anything like it before. Before me was a creature that could only be described as something resembling a giant centipede made up mostly of several bones of various widths and thicknesses, and what appeared to be exposed tendons and muscles. In place of its head was a massive human skull with large, sharp teeth stained red, whose origin I refused to believe. That gigantic thing moved slowly with its many twisted legs towards us, staring at us with large empty eye sockets as it rose with the front part of its long body until it surpassed our height and almost touched the ceiling. For a moment, we simply stared, unable to believe what we were seeing, until the grotesque creature released a high-pitched screeching sound that made us shiver to the bone. We ran without looking back, trying to keep a strong and steady pace, following the luminous paint that Zach used to mark the way to the exit. But it was when we heard the creature's heavy footsteps and its jaws grinding that the adrenaline took over our body. I dropped the backpack to get rid of the weight, and Sebastian did the same. At some point in the panic, I lost my flashlight and cell phone too. But at that moment, material things didn't matter. Miraculously, I managed to make my escape to the exit. But when I looked back to see if that monster was still following me, I realized with horror that Sebastian was no longer behind me. I headed back to the entryway again, even though all my instincts told me not to. I screamed Sebastian's name as loud as my lungs would allow, but the darkness only answered me with silence. That experience changed me forever. I will never be the same fearless adventurer I was before. I managed to escape with my life, but the price I paid for my recklessness was high. I lost my best friends, and now I live with this bitter and deserved guilt for the rest of my life. I was having a dream much like any other I'd had before. There was some loosely strung together plot, apparently only in retrospect. Somewhere I had to be, an object of my pursuit that seemed to elude and taunt me. I moved forward without understanding why. There were people around me, and who those people were changed without warning, and sometimes I was no longer acting, but instead watching myself act, as if viewing some abstract and esoteric film. That all changed when I found his wallet. It was brown leather, worn and scuffed from many years of going into back pockets, then back out, from being tossed on the counter when he got home, from being sat on. It was sitting in a puddle under a bridge I did not recognize and could not find again if I needed to. I picked it up and turned my head, looking for whomever it could belong to, noticing only then that I was alone. The faceless and shifting and impermanent throng of dream travelers was no longer with me. It was gray January, and gentle rain fell everywhere, except under the cover of the bridge, and the wallet was damp with cold, and I was alone holding it. There was money inside the wallet, red and blue bills with faces on them that I did not recognize. Strange nonsense denomination, a 6 note, a 30, 1,000 units of whatever currency this was. My instincts told me to take some, just one of those dream thoughts you have no control over. I stuffed a few bills in my side pocket. I remember a moment of pause as I realized I was wearing an old pair of cargo pants that, in reality, are sitting in the back corner of my closet, unthought of for some time. His ID was in the front flap behind a thin plastic film. His name was Harold Haying Harris, and he was smiling like he knew something. Something about me. I decided I didn't want the wallet and dropped it in the puddle where I'd found it. Strange dreams often stay with you for a few moments upon waking. At least that's how it is for me. Usually I come back with only a few pieces. I lay in bed, hesitant to move or change anything, scared that motion will draw me further into the waking world. All I ever want is to go back to sleep. I live my days in anticipation of that moment, climbing into bed, pulling the covers up until they cover my mouth and my nose, breathing my own exhales. The way your body eventually starts to dissolve. You feel heavy, half paralyzed. There's a comforting warmth as your stomach goes up and down with each breath, drawn automatically, laying there trying to preserve my comfort. That's usually when other pieces of the dream return. That night, it was still dark, somewhere in the quiet moments preceding twilight. I lay thinking about where I'd just been. Somewhere familiar in many ways. The dark evergreens, the gunmetal sky, but not anywhere I'd ever actually been. Likely not a place that truly exists, I thought. Just a creation of my mind. I remembered the rain, how cold it had been. I thought about the puddle and, suddenly, I remembered the wallet, the strange bills, Harold's picture. I could see it so vividly, could see his name. I rolled over in my bed to face the window. It's always been my theory that if you want to fall back into the dream you've just woken from, your best bet is to stay in the same position. Don't move a muscle. Close your eyes and let yourself drift back to the place you just left. I imagine it has something to do with blood pooling in certain areas of the brain. Our thoughts occupy physical space inside our head. The things our imaginations conjure are not entirely intangible. A lot of people don't get that. I had no desire to go back into that dream. I feared it. So, I turned over, hoping that would help. Icy rain pelted my window and wind-driven bursts. Every time I closed my eyes, my thoughts returned to the dream. Walking in a crowd, pursuing some undefined thing that was just beyond my ability to recall. Finding the wallet. Harold Haying Harris. I sat up in bed. I have enough experience falling in and out of the same nightmare to know how this was going to go, unless I did something to stop it. What you need in those moments is an interruption. Get out of bed, go to the bathroom, get some water, walk around for a minute. Anything that functions as a reset. After making the circuit, bathroom, kitchen, back to bed, I decided to check my phone. I don't remember seeing what time it was. I don't even remember opening Google and typing in his name. I suppose I thought it might help to quickly confirm what I already knew. That Harold was not a real person. That he was simply a thought inside my head. What I found was his blog. It was a WordPress site. They're easy to identify. The one I built to post my writing years ago had a similar layout. Nearly 100 entries, each with his name at the top. There was a small picture next to his name in the byline. The same picture from his wallet, the same smile. I turned on my bedroom light and waited for sunrise. Harold appeared to be some sort of lifestyle blogger. That's as close as I can get to describing what I found. He lived in a city called Kadesh and wrote about his days there. I skimmed the entries. Most were boring. Today I went for a lovely walk down 21st Street. The leaves are beginning to turn. If you're looking for a delicious cup of coffee in the area, consider... and stuff like that. A few, though, were strange. I began to wonder if there might be something wrong with Harold, some sort of condition, and if this blog might best be viewed as almost voyeuristic insight into the mental degradation of a sick man. Earlier today, in the gray hours of the morning, all the birds fell out of the sky in unison. Did anyone else see this? I was ready to stop reading until I stumbled upon that line. I kept scrolling to see if it was an outlier. I found others. This one, buried at the end of a long entry about the best thrift stores located on the sleepy main strip. I noticed the cashier from Second Chances following me to each subsequent store I visited. He was hiding behind a clothing rack in exchange. I found him sitting alone in a locked dressing room in Moonlight Jewels. I'm worried he may have followed me home. I took a much longer and less straightforward path back to my place, but couldn't shake the feeling someone was behind me, lagging just far enough back to stay out of sight. He made me very uncomfortable, and I don't think I will be returning to the store, despite their excellent selection of second-hand cutlery and china. Each post contained a link to a map which traced his path. Places where he stopped, like restaurants and bakeries and shops, were noted. I zoomed out from one of these maps, curious to see where in the world Kadesh was located, and was disturbed to note it was in my state, not far from my home. I'd nearly driven past it many times. It was north and west of me, close to the Pacific Ocean. Strange that I'd never heard the name before. I checked the map on my phone, comparing it to Harold's. I zoomed closer and closer, but where Kadesh was on the map was nothing but empty green space on mine. A featureless spot in the woods, with no roads and no shops, and nothing else of note except for a small lake. The lake was on both maps. I found an entry of Harold's which involved it. Walked to Cressman Lake today. There's a bench at the edge of the water where I like to sit. You'll find a lot of flat stones at the base of this bench, perfect for skipping across the glass-like surface of the water. It's a good place to spend an afternoon when you need to clear your mind. I worry that he will return soon. I see him in my dreams. The lake, Cressman to him, unnamed to me, was a 90-minute drive from my house. I had no plans for the day, nothing to stop me from filling it with 3 hours of driving, round trip, plus however much time I would spend at the lake. Doing what? Looking for him? I didn't stop to think. I opened my closet and packed a few changes of clothes quickly, feeling an urgent need to get on my way. Logic would necessitate that all I needed were the clothes on my back for such a trip. That makes me wonder if I knew even then what I was going to find. If I knew, somewhere in that part of my brain which can't speak, not out loud at least, where I was going. The first hour of the drive was navigating from my residential street to the highway, and then heading due north. It was the same boring, uneventful drive I'd done hundreds, if not thousands, of times. I chased bright blue skies up the round of the earth. It was an unseasonably beautiful day, blue and gold with a viciously cold wind. The weather lifted my spirits. It was easy to forget what I was doing. The mountain was on my right, slowly falling behind me with each mile I drove. I watched its white, snowy bulk travel from my passenger window to the rear window to the rear windshield before vanishing altogether. It was time to head west. 2 miles further along the road I'd exited to, a nondescript state road with numbers for a name. My GPS commanded me to turn right onto an unnamed, unmarked dirt road that carved a path through gray, barren trees. I could see that it went straight for a few hundred feet before curving out of sight to the left. The road was wide enough for one car and full of dips that shook me from side to side as I passed over them, going no more than 10 miles per hour. somewhere along this road, which connected with so many others just like it that I lost count, lost sense of which direction I'd been turned in, then turned out of, then turned back around into. Clouds filled the sky, blocking out the sun, making it feel much more like the January afternoon it was. And then I saw it just ahead. The lake. I parked my car in a dirt turnaround and walked to the water. No wind blew and, likewise, the lake sat still and silent, patient, the color of the sky a perfect imitation of what sat above me, equally as still, as if buried in the dirt was some grotesquely massive looking glass. I began to walk its circumference clockwise. The day was quiet, nothing moved. I heard birdsong off in the distance, but saw no birds. The only other sound was the destruction of whatever crunched beneath my feet with each step. Every time I rounded another turn, I would tell myself that it was time to turn back. My feet would continue forward, and I would convince myself that one more corner was what I needed. I knew that just around the next tree there would be something for me, something that was waiting just for me. I continued this way until I found myself on the opposite side of the wide lake, miles from where I'd parked. There was no way to mark the descent of the sun, save the gradual dulling of the light, the curtaining of the hidden day. I turned back, bitterly disappointed. I've no idea how long I walked because, despite certainly retracing my steps, the lake and its shore providing the surest guide any wanderer could hope for, I failed to reach my car, where it should have been, and of this I am also sure. The empty dirt patch of my arrival was unmistakable, as were my own so recently treaded tire tracks, stood now only a forlorn bench. I sat and attempted to slow my racing mind. I felt, after a few moments of slow, steady breathing, the strangest sense of comfort and normality. Darkness overtook the sky. I had no car, no sense of where I was. Even my phone was gone, sitting still, presumably, in the cup holder where I had left it. And yet I did not panic. I felt certain there was nothing to fear. I should have known better. There was light in the distance, glowing beyond the far side of the lake, city lights polluting the dark sky. I saw them on the clouds and reflected on the black surface of the water, which had become otherwise indistinguishable from the solid ground on which I sat. I stood and began my dark journey back again around the lake, hoping that some unknown grace would prevent me from wading into a cold, lonely death. The city looked as I imagined it. A delicate mist hung around the streetlights. People walked past each other on the sidewalk with their heads down, mostly in pairs or alone. I stumbled into a greenway, entering from the tree line where the city ended. There was a gazebo with string lights wrapped around the wood lattice, a couple embraced in that spotlighted podium. Storefronts lined the main strip, all with their orange lights projecting warmth upon the shivering sidewalk. Somewhere, someone roasted peanuts. I felt welcome despite no one noticing me. There are said to be events so shocking that one could not face them and remain unchanged. Events which, due to their nature, their magnitude, their substance, taint the immortal spirit of man and make him forever after something different. Unsurvivable moments. I'm not speaking of occurrences which stay the beating heart or disconnect the corporeal from the inanimate. I say unsurvivable to say that there is a dividing line, a place in the gray where one can clearly separate white from black and say, without question, the person I once was no longer exists. I found myself facing such a moment not long after entering this lost city beyond the trees. I walked along the town's central road slowly, stopping to gaze at the items displayed in shop windows or to watch the people tromping aimlessly up and down the sidewalk. The first store I entered was a sweet shop. The purveyor was a kindly older woman, and the walls were lined with clear buckets of candy with turnstile bottoms. What I noticed first was the lack of recognizable brands. Even the packaged candy sitting on shelves was bland and generic. There was no names on any of the labels, no familiar logos. I stretched my hand beneath one of the buckets and twisted the knob one time, loosening some multicolored hard candy from its cage, which I placed immediately into my mouth. It had no taste. The woman behind the register, her face ruddy and beaming, stared straight forward and seemed not to notice me. Back on the sidewalk, a familiar pair passed me. Familiar because they'd walked past me once before, heading the opposite direction. They were a couple of indeterminate sex, arm in arm, their heads bent forward as if against an agitating wind. The air was still and the evening quiet. I crossed the street and entered what appeared to be a record store. It was dark inside. Dim yellow globe lamps hung from the ceiling, casting meager spotlights onto each aisle. From the back of the store, a familiar, vocalless melody played softly. I wandered slowly up the first aisle, trying to determine the genre of the section. It was labeled alphabetically. I stopped where appropriate, looking for names I would recognize, finding none. Upon finally making it to the back wall, I searched for the owner, or at least whomever was tending the store. There was a long counter which ran the length of the wall. Behind the counter was an open door. The back room was the source of that familiar melody. Someone was moving around in there. I could see his shadow. I opened my mouth to call out for assistance, but an alarming sense of foreboding stole over me, silencing me at once. I left quickly. On the sidewalk again, the same couple walked past, bent forward determinedly. I was beginning to feel uncomfortable. In this veritable ghost town, I myself was the spectral figure, and worst yet, I was stuck here, unable to leave, with no one knowing where to look for me or even that I was gone. With the reality of my situation settling in, I began to walk quickly back the way I'd come. I cannot speak with certainty about my intentions because I did not make it far, although it seems to me now in retrospect that I was heading for the woods again. The lake, which, while dark and cold and ominous in its own right, was at least a lonely place, and anywhere felt safer in that moment than this strangely populated strip, and total solitude seemed better company than these reactionless, empty people who seemed to contain no purpose, no vivacity, no animation whatsoever. Something compelled me to turn to my left and gaze in the lit window of the final store before rounding the corner which would have taken me back to the town green, the gazebo, and the tree line. It was a second-hand store named Second Chances. I recognized the name at once from Harold's writing. A strange man stood behind the register, smiling, his eyes locked on mine. He saw me. For the first time since entering Kadash, I was certain that someone was aware of me. How I wished in that moment for the complete anonymity I so fully dreaded just minutes before. I wanted nothing more than for this man not to see me, for him to have never seen me. I turned, prepared to run for the trees, hoping with every ounce of my being that he would not jump over the counter and give chase. What greeted me upon turning back drove that thought entirely from my mind. The townspeople had stopped pacing. They'd ceased wandering aimlessly. All stood completely still, in unison. Their heads turned to me slowly, like a hive mind that had become aware of the interloper. I darted around the corner, horribly aware as I turned my head that they intended to follow. I ran without looking back, ran in fear that one might catch me before I reached the tree line, in fear that this tree line might lack the talismanic quality which I was placing upon it, a safe haven, somewhere I would be untouchable. A man leapt from an alleyway, intercepting me. Before I had a chance to defend myself, I was being dragged into the darkness, a hand placed over my mouth to stifle my screams. He whispered into my ear, trying to calm me, and then we were backing into a door which he slammed shut and locked behind us. We were in a storage room, with boxes stacked high along one wall, and a bare metal shelf containing all sorts of tools. "You'll be safe in here," he said. It was Harold, the man I'd dreamed about. I struggled to speak, backing away toward the locked door. "Don't," he said. "Let me out of this room," I said. "You're safer here." "Why should I believe you care about my safety? Who are you?" "I thought you would know," he said, speaking more to himself than me. Something pounded viciously on the door behind me, making me jump. It was the townspeople, still set, apparently, on hunting me. "Come on, upstairs," said Harold. I paused, but only for a moment. I did not trust Harold, not entirely, but there was something kind and friendly about his face. The dream tried to return to me, or perhaps a different dream. Everything was mixed up inside my mind, trying to congeal and present a formed picture. The savage beating at the door is what decided for me. I didn't trust it would hold. I followed Harold up a wooden staircase, emerging in the lobby of a small inn. He grabbed a key from a post where it hung among many others, and then rushed me up another set of stairs, and then another. We stopped at room 306. He unlocked it, handed me the key, and shoved me inside. "Don't come out until morning. Draw your blinds. If anyone knocks at the door, be silent, and keep it locked." He shut the door on my face. The room was small, one twin bed and an old dresser of stained wood. A desk underneath the curtained window held a reading lamp, sheets of paper, and a pen. I stood over it a moment, tried the pen in my hand. It was warm, as if only recently leaving a strong hand set to accomplish something significant. I wrote my name on the paper. I wrote Harold's name on the paper. I wrote his full name. I wrote it again. On the bed, I found the bag that I'd packed that morning. Last I'd seen it, it had been in the back of my now missing car. My keys sat on the dresser. I passed the night sitting at the desk, holding the pen. The sun rose behind the heavy curtains. I had no way of knowing. At some point, I must have dozed because I awoke with a start to someone knocking at my door. It was Harold. I wondered if his directive the night before applied to him. Without unlocking the door, I asked him what he wanted. "It's safe now," he said. "You can come out." I changed, thankful for the extra clothes I'd packed. Curious, too, to see the familiar old cargo pants I'd been wearing in my dream, and followed him downstairs. He left me alone in the lobby as he went into a back room. I glanced furtively over my shoulder, afraid that one of my pursuers might appear. Harold returned, carrying a plate. "Free breakfast for all guests," he said, setting the plate on a table. On the plate was a fluffy Belgian waffle with a large slice of butter melting in the center, 2 eggs fried, and 2 pieces of bacon that looked like they'd seen the hot side of a skillet for no more than 10 seconds. "I know you want it," he said with a smile as I stood hesitating. That he was correct is what made me most uncomfortable. I tried to understand how this strange man knew what my mother used to make me for breakfast every year on my birthday. The first bite caused tears to swell in my eyes. That's not an exaggeration. I wanted to cry because I had not tasted this waffle prepared with her own homemade batter. I tasted the vanilla, the cinnamon, in nearly 10 years. Not since the cancer had ripped her away from me, from the world, before we were ready to lose her. Without pause, I dropped my fork and stood, looking over his shoulder. Harold had been standing over me, watching me eat, smiling, to the room from which he'd emerged. "Is she here?" I asked him. The absurdity was not lost on me, but certain sensations can drive rational thought from the brain. Am I dreaming? Is this real? Is who here? There was genuine puzzlement on his face. My mother. This is hers, I said, pointing at the food. Something clicked. I could see it on his face. Interesting, he said. I had no idea. It is a terrific waffle. I have one every morning. A patron barged through the wide front doors. Instantly, I was on guard. I backed away from the table and stood next to Harold. He doesn't see you, he said. Most days, he doesn't even see me. The man, not one of the townspeople I'd seen last night, but similar in some way I struggled to identify, walked through the lobby, head down, and rounded the corner. He disappeared up the stairs. I could trace his path through the sound of his steps. He's going to his room. He'll stay up there for... Harold checked his watch. 90 minutes or so. Then he'll come down, back out that same door, and he'll walk to the hardware store on 6th. He won't buy anything. Not anymore. He will walk to aisle 17, inspect a ball-peen hammer, put it back on the shelf, confused, and leave. Then kill a few hours pacing Main and be back here before nightfall. He said this as if it bored him. Where's my car? I'm leaving. It's around the block where I parked it. Can I walk with you? There's something I'd like to show you before you go. I followed Harold outside, not without trepidation. I was still fearful of the angry mob which had seemed hell-bent on spilling my blood not 12 hours earlier. Harold, in direct contrast, carried himself with a nonchalant inattention, one that I envied. It was as if nothing in this entire world could surprise him. No contingency could strike which he was not totally prepared to encounter. Cars this way, he said, starting up the sidewalk. A few people lingered in the town square or in the gazebo. In the distance, I saw the familiar drones trekking the central strip. They looked just as they had the night before, mindless, purposeless. They've already forgotten, he said, as if my thoughts were being broadcasted at full volume. So long as he doesn't see us, they won't. Harold grabbed my arm and stopped me from rounding the corner. It would have taken us past the wide windows of Second Chances, the thrift store with the menacing cashier. We ducked into the alleyway from last night. It took me a moment to recognize it in the daylight and cut back out to the main strip a few buildings later. Who is he? I asked. What a good question, he said with a humorless laugh. I was hoping you might know. 2 blocks away, we reached my car. If this is it, I'm glad we met, he said, extending his hand. I took it out of reflex. His was warm, his grip strong. I truly never thought we would. The words bubbled up to my mouth before I had a chance to consider them. Come with me, I said. You don't belong here. Harold laughed. It was the same laugh I was coming to expect from him. He looked at his feet, arms crossed over his chest, and said one of the saddest things I'd ever heard. If I belonged elsewhere, I'd be there. You're not like them. I said, gesturing to the faceless many, the wanderers, the empty-souled horde that crawled the street without purpose. I used to think that, but I'm more like them than I am like you. I know that now. I could get in that car just to prove a point, but as soon as you left these dirt roads, and I could get you there, I know the way. As soon as you got close to your roads, the one you know, I would melt away. I'd be back here, in my inn, with my counterparts. Says who? I asked. The answer was forming in my mind, but I needed Harold to say it. The rest came as soon as he did. It's you, he said. Always you. I convinced Harold to get in the car and test his theory. Frankly, it didn't require much effort on my part. He was desperate to leave. His conviction that our attempt would be fruitless was not something to stand in his way. I want you to leave, I told him, accelerating towards the town square. He put his hand on my arm and directed me to turn right at the next intersection. Yes, he said, once again sensing my thoughts. Even in the car, he'll know it's us, and it will be the last night all over again, except this time we'll have to wait them out much longer. We took the long way, circumventing second chances and Dennis. I remembered his name now, remembered the people he'd hurt and how he'd hurt them, how I'd made him hurt them. That is, unfortunately, not how it works, Harold said, returning to my original statement. How do you know that? Call it a hunch, I guess. Intuition? You probably know a better word for it than I do. Emerging safely beyond the thrift store, we had just a short way to go before entering the woods. In the road ahead of us stood a young woman. She stared vacantly up at the sky, the sun, her mouth ajar, with drool running from one corner of her mouth. Tears streamed down from her eyes, painting her emotionless face with a glossy shimmer. I've never seen one do that, Harold said. They get worse every day. We drove for a while, leaving paved roads for the rutted, bouncy dirt path. I no longer needed his guidance, these trails being the architecture of my own design, before I heard him mutter, ostensibly to himself, as do I. I want you to leave, I repeated. I said it over and over, hoping it would be enough. We were getting close to the edge, rounding the lake now. What's his deal anyway? Harold asked. Dennis. I never figured that out. He's sadistic. Causing pain gives him pleasure. I was never sure why. I thought I was close at one point. Something to do with his relationship with his father? Some commingling of abuse and comfort. That ugly cycle, but then that felt trite, so I gave up. I always give up when it gets hard. I'm sorry for that. Harold said nothing to this. I understand if you're angry. The strange part is, I know you're not. You don't have that in you. I looked to my right. The seat was empty. I rolled down my window and stuck my head out. The air was fresher, the sky above me more vibrant. I was out. All I had to do was drive forward, leave the woods, get back to the highway. Do my best to forget about them. I'd done it before. I knew it was possible. What stopped me was Harold's sad words bouncing around my mind. If I belonged elsewhere, I'd be there. I left my car where Harold had parked it and retraced my route, careful to avoid Dennis's watchful eyes and the alerting effect they had on the townspeople, to the inn. He was sitting at the table where he'd served me breakfast, staring at his hands. I'll do it, I said. I don't know how, but I'm going to make it happen. We went upstairs to the room I'd spent the night in. This time Harold came in with me and shut the door behind us. He sat on the edge of the bed, and I took my seat at the desk. I took the pen in my hand, put it back, looked down upon the blank page. It was as I always knew it to be, inviting, appealing in its own unique, indescribable way, but intimidating, enticing me and making a mockery of me all at once. It knew my deficiencies, but didn't even have the decency to state them outright. It made me do that, forced me to bring them to prominence with each stroke of the pen. I tried, more than once, Harold said. I thought maybe you'd put enough of yourself in me that I might be able. I'm not exactly well-read, you know that, but I know things. I know a lot. That's one of the biggest tropes, isn't it? The main character being a stand-in for the author. I know I'm not you, exactly, but there are certain undeniable similarities. It's only natural. I pretended to be deep in thought, staring down at the ream of paper he'd left for me, only because I could think of no reply. It was an upsetting thought. That piece of me, and how big a piece, had been left behind in this place, to rot, to fester, to fade into obscure, half-remembered recollections that only appeared in the occasional dream, forgotten before even having the chance to settle into their rightful place in my mind. It's hard, Harold said. It's really hard. I can't say I liked it. The frustration. I'm just never able to say it right. The things I see up here, I see them so vividly. And always, I come up here and sit at that desk, so excited, so ready to put it down on paper, but as soon as the pen is in my hand and it's time to do the damn thing, it's like, I don't know, like it all goes somewhere else, somewhere I can't see it. The more you chase it, the more it runs, I told him. It's like when you're trying to think of a specific word and it's right at the tip of your tongue. You have to stop trying for a moment, do something else, let your brain run in the background. At least that's how it is for me. But look at all I've accomplished. Maybe I'm not the one to take advice from. He pulled the curtains and raised the blinds. The sudden brightness was dizzying. Yes, look at all you've accomplished. He was suddenly emotional. It's beautiful. This was once a real town where real people lived their lives. There was happiness and beauty and mundanity, yes, the simple everyday moments that define a life. And there was evil and hurt and suffering, and all of those, yes, they're necessary too. But you forgot us. You stopped thinking about us. And gradually we've waned. We've dwindled, and the weakest of us, those of us who were hardly here to begin with, the background characters, the extras, are nearly gone. Look at them. They're senseless. They've forgotten who they were because who they were hardly mattered to begin with. We're only here, he said, pointing down at second chances, because there was more for us to lose. We remained because it takes longer for a dark stain to fade, but fade it does, eventually. I find myself waking up in the morning confused, unsure of who I am or when it is, or where this place is. I don't want to be like them, he said, choking up. If that's what you've decided for me, then kill me now. Harold grabbed the pen and put it in my hand. Write it on that fucking paper. Harold died in his sleep peacefully. Give me the dignity of a peaceful exit. I can't remain here alone in this empty world. Soon they'll all be gone, and the trees and the lake and the birds. The birds have already vanished. And I'll be all that remains, because you started with me. I have the most of you in me. I can't do that. I can't be alone here. I'm not killing you. Do you know how time moves for us? Did you check the time when you got out, when I evaporated and reanimated back in this fucking inn? The date? I bet an hour hasn't even passed out there. Minutes, at most. How long has it been since you've written of us? Do you even know? Nearly 10 years? I said, shrinking away from him. Try thousands, he said, for us. I'm sorry. There's no need to be sorry, he said, closing my hand around the pen. Write us, bring us to life. We sat in silence for minutes. Those minutes rolled together with the same impassive, inevitable force they always do, becoming an hour and then another. The quality of the light was changing in the room as the sun climbed over our heads and began its descent on the other side of the building. I couldn't write with him watching me, but something in his posture, in the incontrovertible stare with which he fixed me, told me that asking him to leave was no longer an option. He intended to see my end of the promise delivered. I wrote a sentence of no significance, just something to get my hand moving. I paused again, thinking of how to turn this first sentence into a paragraph, and that paragraph into a page. Harold leaned forward, curious to see my words. I crowded the page with my shoulder. The delay between the first and second sentences was shorter than the length of time I'd needed when first pulling up to the desk and putting the first word down, but extensive still. I could feel his impatience. The gap between sentences 2 and 3 was shorter still, and my efforts progressed at the same exponential pace until I was struggling to keep my wrist from cramping and my handwriting from abandoning the limited structural integrity it began with. I lost track of where I was. It was a familiar feeling, one I'd grown out of love with. Falling into the page and coming home to it was like embracing an early lover, one who taught me to move in the right way, to breathe at the right pace, and held my hand through the multitude of mistakes natural to a beginner. It's only now, in reflection, that the irony strikes me so clearly. Of all the times I floated away, left my room and my desk and my paper, and fell into the world of my creation, this was the one time where there was literal truth to the sentiment. I slapped the pen on the desk as if it were a hot stone, and one more second of holding it would sear my flesh, and pushed the paper away. Done? Harold asked. The sun had gone down entirely. At some point he'd stood and turned on the lamp above the desk. It cast me in a small puddle of light, the only source in the room. His face was an ominous shadow where he sat on the edge of the bed. Let's go, I said, taking my keys. He followed me through the door. I didn't stop to wonder then, as I should have, if he already knew the ending despite my futile efforts to keep my words concealed as I wrote them. Were my words immediately sent to his mind? It was his story I was writing, his fate I was deciding. So I thought. We traced the same path, growing beyond familiarity and becoming monotony, back to the car, and drove the same way, avoiding Dennis, to the woods which would set us free. I parked at the tree line. He looked confused, causing me to think that simply putting it on paper did not make the next move apparent to Harold. He still needed to live it to find out. I got out of the car. You're driving, I said. Agency. It's important. You need to make it happen. It can't happen to you. He nodded and hopped behind the wheel. We drove into the dark forest, our headlights illuminating the night as we bounded through each curve and bounced along the pock-marked path. I could see the end up ahead, the place where we left Kadash and returned to reality. And this time, it felt different. I smiled, happy that I had, for once, figured it out and written to the ending and not given up. I could feel the boundary pressing down into us as we crossed it, the threshold fighting to stop us from leaving. You feel that? I asked him, a triumphant shout in my voice. No, he said, grinning. I don't feel anything. The last I saw of Harold was that knowing grin as I faded from the car. When I realized I was in Harold's inn, when the reality of my mistake came crashing down upon me, I immediately rushed upstairs to the room with the desk and the paper and the pen. My draft was gone. All that remained were blank pages. Simple enough, I told myself. Change it. Sit down and change it. I sat in that room all night, starting and stopping, balling up the first page and throwing it across the room, then starting over, trying again, scrapping attempt after attempt. It was futile. I could write one paragraph, maybe two at best, before the words would start to trade places. They would switch and rearrange themselves as soon as I'd look away. It was impossible to complete even one page. It's against the rules here. That must be it. We can't write ourselves out. I have been in Kadesh for 4 years, give or take a week or two. It took a while before I decided to start keeping track of time. If what Harold told me is true, he's only been out there in my world, the real one, for days. Not long enough to have forgotten us. Which comes first? It must. Before I can try to make him remember. Before I can draw him back and trick him into releasing me the way he pulled me back. I feel fortunate that my writing, before he left me here, has revived the town. People are alive once again. They go to work every day, and to shops, and kids go to school. How long before they start to wane again? How long until the birds fall out of the sky? I spend my time maintaining the inn and watching for Dennis. Like the townspeople, he is much sharper too. How long until it is just us two? At night, when I lay down to sleep, I think of Harold. I think of him driving my car out of the woods, smiling. I wonder if he moved into my home or if he found one of his own. I wonder how he spends his time. The things our imaginations conjure are not entirely intangible. What upsets me most is that I can no longer remember if I wrote Harold or if he wrote me. I fear we've been doing this dance, trading places, one of us always in Kadesh, while the other sits in the real world, setting traps, writing blog posts, for instance, for decades, centuries perhaps. I shudder to think of the breadcrumbs he's dropping at this very moment. It's imperative you do it immediately, while you still remember, because he will forget. I know he will. We always do. I do my best to dream of Harold, because dreams are the only place where he and I can cross paths for now. One day, many years from now, for him, centuries perhaps for me, he will forget me, he will forget all of us, and he will dream a familiar face, that of someone he could swear he once knew, or at least imagined, and he will come looking for me. I have to believe he will look for me, that he will find me, and when he does, I'll know him. He will not know me, not until it's too late. It's okay to leave the door unanswered. Really, it is. In fact, unless your visitor has a good reason to be there and you have a good reason to talk to them, please don't open that door. I don't care if they know you're home. I don't care if they think you're a jerk. Do not open that door without first knowing the exact outcome. The salesman drove that lesson into me a few days ago. I'm sorry, I said, as I flipped through the pages of our half-full photo album in the living room. The album was my husband's idea. You should have seen how excited he was about it, and he insisted on us finishing it before this day, our first anniversary, though I saw it as the anniversary of his death, a death that I had caused. I miss you, I whispered while fiddling with my ring and starting to cry again for the 5th time since I woke up. I know you'd want me to move on and stop blaming myself. I've tried. Really, I have. But I can't do it. I can't. I just wish I could see you one more time. My wallowing was interrupted by the doorbell ringing. Seriously? I thought to myself. A few seconds passed, and then it rang again. I was tempted to ignore it, but my unwanted guest would have seen me already. Why did I leave the stupid blinds open? The doorbell rang for a 3rd time. Yeah, I'm coming, I grumbled. Let's get this over with already. I wiped the tears from my eyes and took a few deep breaths while I shuffled over to the door. Probably a neighbor, one of the more annoying ones, apparently. I cursed under my breath. It's Sarah again, isn't it? Why won't she leave me alone? I thought, as I peered through the peephole. It wasn't Sarah. It wasn't one of the neighbors at all, actually. That should have been my cue to leave the door closed and walk away. If I didn't even know the person, what was the benefit of talking to them here? Still, something in me wanted to open the door. Maybe it was the feeling that my visitor wasn't the type to give up. Maybe it was plain curiosity. Maybe it was something else. Whatever it was, it coaxed me into opening the door and taking in the figure in front of me. Now, I don't know jack about modern fashion. My husband and I had that in common, but I doubt that the man I saw would have fit in. He would have been perfect as a film noir detective, though. He wore a black leather fedora and brown trench coat, a gray double-breasted jacket with a red tie and white dress shirt underneath, and a pair of black slacks. He was also wearing leather gloves, and to top it all off, he was smoking a cigarette. It was a cohesive look, except for one thing, the aviator sunglasses. Again, I'm no fashion expert, but one of those things was not like the others. He cleared his throat, snapping me out of my stupor. Miss Dawson, yes? He said in a gravelly, formal-sounding voice. I nodded as he stuck his right hand out. Should I have lied? Oh well, too late now. Pleasure to meet you. Likewise, I said and shook his hand. He held my hand for several seconds too long before letting it go. He didn't offer his name. After standing in silence for what felt like an eternity, I decided to be the one who would clear my throat this time. And, what's your name? Oh, right, of course. How rude of me. You see, the problem is that, well, I don't quite have one. Huh? What's with this guy? Everyone simply calls me the Salesman. I let a groan slip out. The novelty of seeing a man a few decades out of place had worn off quicker than I expected. Of course, today, of all days, I get stuck with a solicitor, and an extra quirky one at that. Hooray for me! How fun. Okay, well, I'm not interested in buying anything, and I've got some important stuff to take care of. Have a nice day, I said, still partially trying to mask my frustration as I began pushing the door closed. He laughed, scoffed even, and jammed his foot in front of the door. "You're really pushing it, buddy. Please don't lie to me." My eyes narrowed. "Excuse me?" I said, "Please don't lie to me." My pool of patience, which was minuscule enough to begin with, was starting to run dry. "And what exactly am I lying about?" He removed his foot from the door. "You claimed you have important things to do, but that's a lie, isn't it? All you've been doing is looking through an incomplete photo album. You've been doing that almost all day, as a matter of fact." "You were spying on me?" That should have been my cue to cut the interaction off, but I didn't. Something that I can't explain compelled me to keep talking to him. "In a way, yes. However, I prefer to think of it as waiting for the right moment." Oh, this'll be good. I should have just closed the door, but being pissed off felt more comfortable than being sad. "Alright, fine. The right moment for what?" The salesman appeared taken aback. "To make you an offer, of course. I'd like to make your wish come true." I laughed at him. "Seriously? Do you realize how corny that sounds?" "Trust me, I'm very serious." "Alright, whatever. I'll take the bait. And what wish is that?" A smile that was both malevolent and caring crossed his face. I just wish I could see you one more time." The casual yet mildly perturbed demeanor I had been trying to uphold slipped. "What did you say?" I asked in a more desperate tone than I would have liked. "I just wish I could see you one more time. That's it, isn't it? Your wish?" How did he hear me? Did he read my lips from outside? Was it just a lucky guess? Anyone who knows me could guess my wish. But he repeated my exact wording, didn't he? Alright, forget appearances. "What's your problem, huh? Why are you screwing with me?" "I can assure you I'm not, as you say, screwing with you. I'm here because I have a specific solution to your specific problem." "And what problem is that, exactly?" I yelled. His gaze fixed on my ring. "Well, the problem of your late husband. I believe we're both aware that you won't be moving on from that hit and run for quite some time." My blood went from hot to boiling. He nodded towards my left hand. "When's the last time you took that band off? Still beating yourself up over him having to push you out of the way? Now, if you'd just be willing to." I slammed the door in his face. I slammed it so hard I thought I might launch it through the frame. I muttered something about the man that would horrify my parents. There was something wrong with the salesman, really wrong. Even ignoring the fact that he knew my wish plus the exact wording I used, it felt like he truly knew me. I locked the door and looked out the window, praying he'd be gone. He was. That's the last of that, then. I knew it wouldn't be dark for another 2 or 3 hours, but thanks to the combination of my earlier tear-driven bout plus the whole salesman interaction, I decided to call it a night. After brushing my teeth, I headed to my room and closed the door. "Jeez, what a day," I said, heading over to my dresser to set out my clothes for tomorrow. What a day indeed. A familiar voice echoed. I spun around to face the intruder, the salesman. How did he get in here? And why didn't I hear anything? Sorry, miss. I took the liberty of letting myself in. I glanced towards the bedroom door, still closed. You could hear that creaky thing if it opened so much as an inch, so how? It was like he spawned directly into my room. Following my gaze, he said, "Please, don't waste your time trying to figure it out. It's not worth explaining." He was right. This wasn't the time to worry about it. Besides, I could give it some more thought after chasing him out of the house with a few broken ribs and a cracked skull. He appeared unarmed, but I wouldn't let that hold me back from taking a good swing or two with the bat waiting at the foot of my bed. It was standing against the leg on my side, so he couldn't see it from his position. I had another one beside the front door. Not that it would do me much good here. Plus, dual-wielding bats seemed scarily inefficient. I would have preferred to call the police, but I didn't know if he had a gun or knife on him. Charging him and landing a swing or two seemed like a safer option than reaching for my cell phone. Plus, he was blocking the only exit, so there wasn't anywhere to run while I waited for the cops to show up. Keep him talking and inch towards the bed, act like I'm just sitting down, then rush him. Again, apologies for the intrusion. I couldn't help but feel like our earlier conversation was cut short. You never did give me an answer on my offer. Okay, I'll humor him. Anything to keep him distracted. Yeah, sorry about that. You kind of pissed me off, is all. He shrugged. Okay, I know your offer. So what do you want in return? My soul or something? I said as I rolled my eyes and added a chuckle for effect. He laughed. Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. All I want is a keepsake. Fair enough, I guess. What kind of keepsake? I asked while I meandered toward my bed. It's nothing to worry about. I'm sure you won't protest. That depends on the item, doesn't it? I might have a bit of a problem with your choice. He nodded in agreement. I suppose so, though that's not what I meant. What did you mean, then? I closed my hand around the bat. I was sure the metal would feel great against his skull. He sighed. He sounded disappointed, like a teacher finding out her favorite student plagiarized the final essay of the class. Please don't. Don't what? I needed a moment or two of distraction. A weapon could still be lurking under his coat. Granted, he probably would have pulled it out by now, but you never know. The bat, the hand-me-down Easton one you used in Little League. That is what you're holding, isn't it? My eyes widened. How'd you know? I could have feigned ignorance, but something told me it was more than a lucky guess. That's irrelevant. All you need to know is that it's a waste of time. You won't attack me. Yeah, sure thing, buddy. My grip tightened around the bat, and I charged around the bedpost. I aimed to swing at his side with as much force as I could muster. There, a hit! The blow to his head came next. At least, it should have. But it didn't. I didn't take the first swing, and I didn't make it around the bedpost. I didn't make it a single step. He hadn't shot me. He hadn't done anything to me. I just couldn't bring myself to attack. I stared at my legs. What's happening? Move, I told. No, screamed at myself. Nothing happened. Not so much as a twitch in the right direction. Confused, I locked eyes with him again. His glasses were gone. His eyes, Something was wrong with them. It took a bit to pinpoint, but I eventually realized they looked animalistic. Yeah, that was it. In the slots where his human eyes should be, I gazed into the flame-orange eyes of an animal. That was the best description I could come up with. Wondering what the deal is? I nodded. Here's the deal, Helen. What happened to that formality he seemed so intent on preserving? I won't waste your time explaining the mechanics of the whole being unable to move thing. Heck, I don't understand it myself yet. All I know is that you can't attack me. He was right. No matter how hard I tried, I physically could not make a move towards him. All right, then, let's get on with it. He began removing his glove, the one on his left hand this time. There's someone else I'm hoping to meet tonight, so I need to get moving. I doubt he'll be interested in opening his door after dark. His glove was fully off now, so he reached his hand in my direction. There was something off about it, though. It was much more egregious than the problem with the eyes. The hand looked like he had put it in a furnace, counted to 30, then put it back in and counted to 50. Patches of black hair were growing over it haphazardly, almost like he had started surgically attaching it, only to stop halfway through the process. Despite the burns, the skin was not only present but thick and paw-like. So, your wish. You wanted to see your husband again, didn't you? Have a chance to apologize, make things right? Personally, I think it's a pretty laughable thing to blame yourself for, but whatever. Let's get on with it. I shuffled towards him with a will that wasn't my own, leaving the bat behind. The hand was all my body seemed to care about. Shake his hand. The single command is what my body followed. My mind was free to run wild, though. What are you doing? Stop! Get a grip, will you? It was pointless. No matter what I shouted, I could not prevent myself from advancing. After what felt like more than an eternity, but less than a nanosecond, I reached handshaking distance. I looked, or rather my body forced me to look up at him. That sinister smile from earlier is back, but there wasn't even a semblance of kindness in it this time. Your wish in exchange for a keepsake. Consider it a deal. He grabbed my hand and gave it a firm shake. I started to lose consciousness. The last thing I thought before I blacked out was that I never should have opened that door. My eyes shot open and my body rocketed into a sitting position, sweat pouring down my head and falling onto my bed. I thought of last night. I thought of the salesman. A dream? I considered it. No, there's no way. That was way too real. I've had chronic nightmares for years, and they are always wild and scary adventures with little to no basis in reality. This was different, not a dream. Still, a flicker of doubt remained. Doubt that was eradicated a moment later. Something feels wrong, I realized. I looked down at the source of my confusion. My left hand, my ring was gone. But before I could reflect on that, someone rang the doorbell. Your wish in exchange for a keepsake. Wasn't that what the salesman had said? Despite my internal protests, my mind and body filled with hope that sidestepped the walking red flag known as the salesman. I sprang from my bed and rushed to the door. Let it be him, please, let it be him, I pleaded. I bolted down the hallway and reached the door quicker than any Olympic runner ever could. I threw it open. I was standing face to face with my husband. Hi, Helen. The previous day's crying bouts couldn't even compare to this one. He tried to say something else, but I threw my arms around him before the words could leave his mouth. It's you. It's really you, Andy, I bawled. I hugged him tighter and said the words I needed him to hear. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Okay. He laughed while returning the embrace. It wasn't a big deal. Don't worry about it. But if I'd just been paying more attention... Hey, it's fine. I mean it. No, if I'd just... He shut me up with a kiss. I didn't truly realize how much I missed moments like that until now. It felt natural. It felt wonderful. It felt wrong. Something was wrong. His lips, they tasted like death. I pulled back from him, breaking his hold around me. Wait. Helen, what's wrong? I considered brushing the whole thing off and making up an excuse for it. That was when I noticed his face. It was different from when I opened the door. His right eye had clouded over, and a dark mark of decay had taken over his left cheek. Andy, I say, my voice beginning to tremble. It's my breath, isn't it? I knew I should have checked it before knocking. I barely registered his comment. Andy, what's happening? What's happening? The mark on his cheek was spreading. It had taken over the left side of his face and was encroaching on the right. And his hair, it had gone from dark brown to light gray. What do you mean? Helen, are you feeling okay? This can't be happening. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. I screamed as I pulled him back into me. I don't know who I was begging. Maybe it was God. Maybe it was the salesman. Maybe it was no one. Honey, you're scaring me. Now, his voice had started decaying too. It was getting more hoarse by the second. What's wrong? I felt the cold touch of his bony fingers on my cheek. You can tell me. You know I'm always here for you. We promised to do that for each other, right? He pushed me away from him with enough force to send me stumbling backward. You do remember that promise, don't you, Helen? His voice was a forceful whisper at best. His hair had mostly fallen out, and his clothes were sagging, the body beneath them withering away faster and faster. He took a step backward, then another, and then another. Why did he push me away? Why wouldn't he hold on to me? I rushed to him and held him in my arms, ignoring his appearance and his attempts to pull away from me. This was still my husband, after all, wasn't it? Please, don't go. This time I was begging Andy himself. Yeah, as if this man who was nothing but decaying skin and bones had any more control over the situation than I did. I'm here, Andy. It's okay. I'm here. My tears soaked the back of his shirt. Helen, he croaked. Yes, I questioned while doing my best to avoid a complete breakdown for his sake. This. I had to bring my ear to his mouth to hear him at all. This is all your fault. What? I said, it's your fault. I pulled my head away and locked eyes with him. No, don't say that. Please, please, don't say that. It's true. He puts more effort into his failing vocal cords to ensure I can still hear him. I didn't freeze up. You did. You're the reason I'm dead. I didn't know what to say. What could I say? His breath whistled out of his shrinking lungs. He was struggling to breathe. No, that wasn't it. You never should have opened that door. He laughed. His laugh got louder and louder, even after his body shouldn't have been able to produce any noise at all. And maybe I was hearing things, but at that moment, his laugh sounded just like the salesman's.